Y'all got me popping off. Y'all got a knocker popping off. Y'all got me popping off. Hey, man, I'm about to talk about some things, man. We're going to talk about some stuff, man. And a lot of that has to do with your comments. Like my bro right here, Kevin Morris, man. He says, Kapangu is Ipan, Japan, Java, HaWah. Okay. Look, man. Check City. What the flip? Y'all been leaving some great comments, man. Y'all got me popping off. You got knock popping off. Hold on, man. Let me get back in here, man. Let me get back in here. Oh, okay. Yeah. Y'all got me popping off. Y'all got a knock popping off. And love to all y'all, man. Love to all y'all, man. Look, this is a victory lap. You know, we did what we came here to do. You know what I mean? Just create that ripple, you know. Surf the wave, you know what I mean? And now, you know, it's time to rejoice for our Creator, HaWah. Enjoy our families, you know, enjoy seeing them grow at this enormous pace, you know, have this information available for them, have, you know, real Naga freedom fighters in Nagaville, you know, popping off, building fences and giving them inspiration and, you know, getting their land popping, man. And that's the cool thing to do now, man. It's not a trend, it's just the thing to do, you know what I'm saying? This ain't like some illusion matrix, man. Nah, it's the move, my nigga. It's the wave. Land has always been the wave, man. That's what this more and more war is all about, the crusade. My nigga, land has always been the wave. You just got put in such a deep sleep that you just didn't really give a shit about your land, like where your land is, who you are, none of that. You know, you followed the curriculum and whatever they told you were, you said cool. They said you black, you said cool, colored, cool. Negro, cool. African American, cool. Man. So look, man, y'all got me popping off. Y'all got a knocker popping off. It's the fourth wave. We just getting started. It's the most beautiful wave, man, because, you know, everybody get to surf it, man. You get a second, third chances to get back on the wave, man. Remember what you came here for. Be inspired. Remember who opened the door for you, you know? And when you really know what you got, you will have ultimate gratitude for the Nagas that's opening the door for you, you know what I'm saying? And that HaWah can send these, you know, freedom fighters, man, freeing you from the matrix, you know, to do that, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta like us, man, but you gonna respect us, man, especially when you realize we've been telling you the truth the whole time. How you gonna hate on a Naga telling you the truth? Man, the truth is, man, that y'all got me popping off, man. Kapangu, Kevin Morris, let's go. Let's go. My bro talking Kapangu, you know what I'm saying? Kapangu. Y'all got me popping off. Y'all got a knock popping off. Kapangu. Let's all right, let's go. Kapangu is Japan, all right? But it's supposed to be located near Florida, you know, near the mainland of America, right? This is don't get it twisted, man. This is a map of America and the way to China, as men believed it to be, which an old pilot, and notice they put that in big old letters, just like they did America and China, showed to King Henry the Seventh in the year 1500. And one of my Nagas just left a comment, pilot? This, you know, we've been missing this. We've been looking at this and reading this, and it takes my Naga. I'm about, man, hey, shout out to my Naga, man. Where's my Naga? J. Clay, 700. The map was from a pilot in the 1500s? A pilot is of what? Oh, yeah, a dragon. When were airplanes invented? Thank you, Hans and Sophia. Whoa. What? What? 400 years later? Naga. Pilot? And this is what he's showing him in the year 1500. This map could be older than that, man, right? So somebody else left a great comment and said this, could have been, from some pre-ice situation, you know what I mean? But okay, pre-ice, but it says Florida. Come on, man. Come on, man. 1500s, man. Now we know there was no cap on Antarctica's chest bone. So whatever ice is there now had to come after the 1500s, man. Who they calling devils? Savages. Sound familiar, Negro? Here you go again, savages and devils, and look at your copper colored skin in Antarctica. Nah, man, we ain't gonna let this slide, man. We ain't gonna let this slide, man. Love to J. Clay, 700. This is a map of America and the way to China as men believed it to be, which an old pilot showed King Henry VII, 1500. How could a pilot show this to King Henry VII in the year 1500? What pilot, what airplane was around in the year 1500? If December 17th, 1903, Wilbur and Orville Wright made the 4 brief flights at Kitty Hawk with their first powered aircraft, the Wright brothers had invented the first successful airplane. Pilot? Oh, but remember, there is a fire dragon in the year 1500. Pilot? All right, so let's call it what it is, like the bro just said, some dragon rider, like the letters of Prester John describe having infinite thousands of dragons, which the people, tame like dogs, and pull them by their tails and play with them. And that they're couriers, they carry these messages anywhere that the Prester wants, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, this is just body bag season, man. What y'all want to do with this, man? Pilot? Got a body bag for the illusion. It's a body bag, Daniel. It's a body bag for the Dracons. Who's flying? Who's getting a bird's eye pilot view in the 1500s? And what could you possibly be riding on if the first plane wasn't invented until 400 years later? What could you possibly be piloting, old pilot? There's no airplanes. Don't this remind us of that great drop, man, by Miss D and the Copper Colored Awakening, about the dragons during the Revolutionary War. They made it seem like just some fictional mythology book, that the author's writing about, but they were talking about how there were dragons on both sides of these wars, especially during this Revolutionary War. So you're still talking about dragons in the 17, 1800s. Now you got the Kumse and you got the Kumse Comet, 1812, 1811 comet. You know what I mean? So that, connect that comet with a fire breathing dragon, and we about to connect some serious Dracon, energy, man. We're gonna talk about this theme park. I love to all the great reconners, man. I got a bunch of stuff up. We about to just go get it. I don't know what this drop gonna be called. It's just we just popping off. We talking about some stuff. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, love to just so many of y'all, man. Love to the sister Tracy Let. Been always dropping that drop, man. My sister Zion Dove, man, been dropping that major way. You know what I'm saying? Love to the bro Jeffrey. I want to say Jeffrey Davis. Hope I'm not saying anybody's name wrong, but my Ock Jeff, you know who you are, man. I got some drop up from the Ock Jeff, man, and so many of y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? And if I don't have your name on my mind bone right now, don't mean it's not on my heart bone. You know what I'm saying? I just pulled up a gang of stuff that I've been meaning to get to, so let's get to it because I know y'all. Y'all pop off so that we can share this with the tribe. So that's what we're gonna do. Let's go. Pilot? 1500s, man. Oh, that's a body bag. Because there's Fire Dragon. Alright. Alright. And there's the Khan just chilling on the other side of Florida. And where would Mexico be? So the Khan is, this seems like the Mexico territory almost, right? All this Mexica territory. So this Grand Khan of Cathay has to be the Khan of Mexico, or the Moses, the Mexica, the Meshi Moshe. So this is getting us more and more in line with when we hear about this China, the deliverer. When we're talking Pressure John, and we on Pressure John, look out for 75 right now. We just surfing away. We just surfing away. You know what I'm saying? But look out for 75. We're gonna talk some Presta though as we prepare, for the next installment. Number 75 by Knockers. Can y'all believe that? Hey, 100. Here we come, man. Presta, we popping though. Hey, ain't no stopping us, my noggin. We in the frequency, we in the code. Hey, out to my 500 code keepers, making sure we are tuned up. Fence building time. It's fence building season, and y'all ain't let up. Casey Reed, all my anonymous noggins, y'all ain't let up. Y'all make sure, man, that we can complete our task, man, and you just keep it going. Love to all y'all, man, dropping that drop, man, and just continuing the flow and the Ahab. I mean, all my knowledge, you know what I'm saying? So this has been an ongoing team building effort. This Fence in Real Time is a team building effort. This is just to get us started and used to building as a team, building as a tribe, building a structure, because a structure is the act of building. You got a team building a fence. That's the structure, man, that we are, physically building and, coming together in real time as we build, you know what I'm saying? So this is just a great flow, man. Love to the Aka Clay, man, Hezekiah, Dizzle Fitty, J Law, man, Aqua Abiyah, Aqua Charmaine, man, Aqua Chef Candy, Aqua Type Betzon, all my fence building noggins, man. Aki Five Eyes Ma, Ak Five Eyes Ma, all my fence building noggins in real time, man. You know what I'm saying? That so far I've been able to touch the dirt, man, and just, put that cement in, man, and, carry that 4x4, over there, man. And, you know what I'm saying? Just keep the fire burning for the noggins in real time. And love to y'all, Ahab to y'all, and all my contributors, you know what I'm saying, that allow us to take these, tribal, journeys together. You know what I'm saying? This requires a lot of moving pieces, man, to get the noggins there, to make sure everyone is comfortable and ready to build, man, and then, get all the stuff we need. So this is going to be a continuation, and whatever we don't use for the fence, we'll go into the next project, like getting our water flowing, our well, and all that. So everything you contribute will continue to, hit the right spot, man, as we, put our heart bone into something brand new, And once we start painting, just look out for it, man. It's going to be a painting party, and you're invited, man. Hijack free, my naga. So get KTC'd up, you know what I'm saying? Because you're about to touch JoiWorld in real time. And just imagine yourself painting this fence, building, a tree house for the droplets. And, this is a place for us to learn how to build again, really, just to take on projects and come back to them and come back to them. And eventually just built the shelters and just have it flowing, sustainable for the Nagas. I know a lot of y'all got great ideas, man. So, HaWah, we in Utah, and we popping off the JoiWorld, a KTC MHOE for us and for the babies. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. Ahab, Chauncey Brown, Mahogany Love, Eric Mays. Let's go, man. I'm just real proud, man, of this fence. I'm very proud of this fence. You know what I'm saying? Just even this part, just the cornerstone. We call this part the cornerstone. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we all city knockers, you know what I'm saying? But we're learning how to be wilderness knockers, we're learning how to be, you know what I'm saying, outside of Babylon knockers, you know what I'm saying? So, allow Shalom to the tribe, Ahab, for your contributions. 500 code keeping knockers. You've been hitting us with that, Baruch, and we appreciate you. Allah, let's get it, man. I'm just, having a great time because, wow. We're talking about these great comments, and it's leading us to, these checkpoints, what I mean, that it's easy to miss this stuff, so much popping off. So the bro, man, had to let us know what pilot could we be talking about in the 1500s. You know what I'm saying? I try to tell him, man. The plane was invented in 1903. I might still have some stuff online. They be taking this stuff down, though, but, we surfing the wave. I love to Miss D, Copper Color Awakening, man. Go holler at Miss D, man. Hey, out to the Aqua. We popping off, man. Dragons, during Revolutionary War. You got it, Hans. Come on, AI, let's get it. Yeah, see, they call this fandom. Check this out now. We said pilots, right? What pilots do they have before 1903? North American Dragons Overview. Now, this ain't the original link. It's missing a lot of stuff, but it gives you an idea of what could be going down, right? So the British Aerial Corps. Now, you're thinking pilot, right? You're thinking planes. But before they had planes, Managa, they were breeding dragons. Oh, it's crazy drop, right? It's crazy time drop. Dragons, what you mean drop? Yeah, Managa. There's dragons all throughout your script. In every single culture, they know what's up, man. Everybody got the dragons in their culture. No, I like drop crazy, man. All right, stay with me. Let's get it. I know. The British Aerial Corps sent dragons against rebels during America's Revolutionary War. The Brits sent dragons against what they're calling rebels during America's Revolutionary War. And it's an interesting statement the more we read Khan Tecumseh and how he was allying with, some of these British forces. But who were the British forces? That makes us look deeper into what part of the family, what I'm saying, that could have been. You know what I mean? Because, he wasn't going to do it with no hijack. So, you're talking about these royals in Europe, and a lot of them were families of Jacob, Hebrew families, connections. And, they had their, royal, shields and crests, what I'm saying, connected back with the Swan Knights and all that flow. So, there's a vein of that's pure water. And then there's all the knockoff stuff that's all, tampered into, their phantoms and duplications and King Arthur's stuff and Templar, this and that. But the original knights, Managa, that's you. So these knights had dragons, and I'm saying, these dragons could have been on your side against these hijacks if they're calling them the rebels. They ain't even talking about us. They're talking about the ones that are breaking off from the Brits to start America, right? So they're rebels. Now these rebels are calling us rebels, you know what I'm saying? But they're the rebels, you know what I mean? And these Brits, were also teamed up with the Kumse and them. Now this is around the same time, which means the Kumse must have also had Drakons. So how did these rebels, right? How did these, hijack Americans, right? How did they combat these dragons? Let's read about it, man. Love to Miss D. Gentius was a long wing who saw action there, according to William Lawrence. The Americans had no area corps of their own. We're not talking planes. They weren't invented until 1903. Pilot? You're going to have to see pilots differently. You're going to have to see aerial corps differently, my nigga. You're going to have to know that this ain't no play. They're not over here drawing childlike pictures. They're letting you know it's right there, according to them. How can they confuse this in America, right next to wherever there's much gold, Florida, Barbados, you know what I'm saying? You're in America, you're near Greenland, you have fire dragons, and there's pilots, huh? Pilots in the 1500s. Now, how did America, the rebels, combat Britain and Tecumseh and them and their dragons? Remember Tecumseh's war, right? Man, this is the Revolutionary War. That's why I keep this link up. I almost took it down. I said, nope, keep it up. Keep it up, man. We're going to need it. Let's not be lazy about this investigation. I didn't know what I was going to talk about today with you, man, but I knew I had a gang of links, man. So I know something's happening. We're connecting. I don't like to loop around things, you know what I'm saying? That everything doesn't need a title. Everything doesn't need, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just popping off. And when you feel yourself popping off, I'm not going to pop off. You know what I'm saying? HaWah don't require us to do all these other things, you know what I'm saying? We're just supposed to extend the message, when we have it, when we feel it, when we're popping off, you know what I'm saying? And continue to be vessels and code up to the best of our abilities and leave that frequency out there, man. You know what I'm saying? Everyone can judge for themselves, man. But judge us by the fruit. Don't jump to conclusions, man. Don't be jumping out the windows. Let's get it. War of 1812, the Tecumseh's War, 1811. Yeah. You already know Barbary, right? Barbar. Hebrew word of the day, swan, back to the Knights. We're just talking dragons. What does the barbar, right, have to do with the Tecumseh? Swan Knights. We're just talking dragons. He's tribed up with the Shimano. Let's get it, man. And the Creek. Why? What was it about their family ties that made them, tribe up like this? Gang, right? Like, this is your last stand. We got to keep, highlighting this period, right? This is very important. One of the most important periods on their timeline. You know what I'm saying? Where a shift happened. You continue to fight. All this is still you. No major war. Okay. Yeah, tell it to the Nagas in the front lines. Then it's back to the Cherokee Indian, right? Shimano Creek, right? I told you this is gang. These Shimonos, these Creeks, these Cherokees, which are the Shikumawa, which they went to war against first, right? For the first dang near 20 years. First, you gotta pay attention to the Shikumawa. How do you skip over this? I'm Cherokee. Which part? Are you the ones that made the deals or did make the deals? If you did make the deals, you were rocking with the Chickamauga, right? Like the Olmec she. Ah. Tecumseh's fighting in the Chickamauga War with Dragon Canoe. That's the OG. Then, Dragon Canoe, he dies, right? And then, Tecumseh takes the wheel. It's the same tribe. So you might as well say the Chickamauga War never stopped because the Barbar is the Swan Knight, the Bravo. But that was back in 774. Forbidden Histories, we got the book. MHOE, we got the look. Five Eyes Madrik and HaWah. Now we can all say Halal, HaWah. KTC, you know how we do. Put our power first, we never lose. Purple tears of joy, I love you. Purple crying cause red less blue. And I put it on the Ahab. MHOE taking off. Yeah, we dripping in that mem sauce. We paid the cost, now we beat the boss. Tribal music, we just let them know. KTC, that mean keep the code. Hey man, hey out to my code keepers, we KTC. You know what I'm saying? Like Big Tecumseh, you know what I mean? Alright, so that's interesting. I mean, this is this Revolutionary War, pop offness, you know? So when they talk Revolutionary War, they're talking Chickamauga War. There's no all titles are the same thing. Same thing. Okay. The British Aerial Corps that had no planes sent dragons. Slow this down because we're finding corroborating evidence, you know what I'm saying? And this is beautiful. And it's very important, man, because if you don't see this for what it really is, you will not make this shift, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna catch this wave, man. You gonna think this is mythology. You're not gonna understand what's popping off. And their code words and all this stuff. They're alluding to this stuff all the time. You just gotta see clearly, you know what I mean? Dragons is a part of everything they're doing. They're naming dragon this, dragon this. SpaceX got a dragon. They keep it relevant, man, because their lab is mockery. All their cartoons, all this stuff, right? How to Train a Dragon, dragon movies, Game of Thrones, in your face bone, non-stop. It's never stopped. The last dragon, right? Who got the glow? And you telling me it's a myth? The glow is a myth. The British Aerial Corps sent dragons against these hijacks, Americans in their Revolutionary War against the Chickamauga. All right, so if you know that these rebels were fighting the Chickamauga and the Brits at the same time, now you can understand why Tecumseh was tribing up with these Brits during the Tecumseh War against these rebels, hijack Americans, not Americans, Americans. And these Americans were making treaties of their own, which is why the Chickamauga are separate than these other Cherokee that made the deals that ended up fighting against Tecumseh. That's why we say, claim your copper-colored tribe all you want to. When I say black Indian tribes, I'm talking to the black Indian tribes. Yeah, I know that you're not black, my naga. I'm saying some people are black. You know what I'm saying? Some niggas is black. Some niggas do black ass things, have black ass hearts, void of color, void of light. Some niggas is atrociously wicked, which is black. calamitous, mournful. And these tribes fought against the Kumse. They're black Indian tribes. They like to pop off on Shabbat. You know what I'm saying? It's a more and more war. You better know what side you on. This ain't no play. This ain't no, you know, got one foot in and one foot out. Got one foot in reality, and then in my other foot, I'm in the black Indian tribe. My nigga, that didn't save you before, did it? Did that black Indian tribe wake your ass up? Did that black Indian tribe give you the drop? Open that portal so you can surf the wave and kick it with the deer? Or you still want to go back to sleep? Still want to be the rabbit? What tribe does that Indian tribe represent in the eyes of HaWah? Which ones of his sons and daughters are these? And are they in code? And where were you when we needed you? Or were you busy making treaties in 78? On the head bone of the Chickamauga, on the head bone of Jacan Canoe. Come on, man. Who else is talking about this? So it's you to take up the charge, my nigga. I didn't mean to talk about this. It's just what we happen to be talking about. HaWah, KTC. You know how we do. Put our power first, we never lose. When we talk these rebels, they had to go up against the She. And the She kept fighting. The She kept fighting. Seminole. The She kept fighting. Come on, man. They've been fighting you the whole time. They've been fighting us the whole time. Now we're talking Mexico. Where's Mexico? Oh, the Chinese sell upon the Mexican, the Gulf of Mexico. The Chinese sell upon this sea. Now, let's just talk this comment about, oh man, we got some great drive. Let's surf the wave, man. Look, man, I'm gonna come back to this because I want to talk about the possibility that this Japan, which clearly ain't the Japan of today, because it's over here by Florida on the other side of Mexico, you know, just I'm just surfing the wave, man. But the way the fam tied Japan as a name to HaWah, we about to get it again. It reminded me of this Hiva that Tao talks about in the Cities of Gold. He says he's from this island of Hiva, which is like, another continent, you know what I mean? It was sunk during this war with the Atlanteans, right? So you have Atlantis over here, Plato's Atlantis. Now I know this is, they might be smaller in scale than what you imagine. Obviously, Atlantis means it's plural for many islands. So, Atlantis would be bigger, but imagine it is bigger. Here, okay. Whoa. Okay. All right, my nigga. I'm doing my Birdman, doing my Birdman hand rub. You know what I'm saying? It's getting good to me. Whoa. All right. Fall back, drop. Let me take it back. It's the old world. It's the ancient world. Let's just get that through our head bone. We have Japan or HaWah or Hiva, which is also called Mu, by the way. And then you have Atlantis over here. This is not the size of Atlantis. This is just what's sticking up. You know what I'm saying? This is the top of it. These Azores Islands and all these islands around there are mountain ranges under the water. You know what I'm saying? Like, if the water level went down, you'll see Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? In the Atlantic Ocean, right? On the other side of Florida and connected with this Kapangu is Mu. You know, all this is Mu. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, but this is just the part that was sunk of Mu. Or Hiva, right? The Hiva people, right? From Tao. Tao had to pretty much swim ashore. By the time he's running into Esteban, he's damn near in what? You know, New Mexico or something. So, you know, he Tao had to go inland, right? And he built up in his high place and did all that. But Tao's people, even though, you know, he said it's on the other side of the Pacific, which that could be the case because we already know there's a huge landmass on the other side, you know, in the Pacific, of course. But just think about this, you know, as a connection to that, because this is something like, is it that, did they take it off the map or is it completely underwater now? You know what I'm saying? In the 1500s, it was still there. Still, the water level hadn't risen probably to where it is today. And now it's gone, just like this, right? Now, check it, around these 1500s, that's when Columbus, you know, is coming over, right? 1492, Columbus sails the ocean blue. Esteban doesn't come until like, what, 15, such and such, you know, 15, I don't know, 20 something, 30 something. So Atlantis had to fully sink, you know, for this to be navigable. Now they can navigate across it with, originally, according to Plato and all that stuff, you know, it was unnavigable. They couldn't navigate it because it was a sunken landmass. Like, you know, the boats couldn't get through. But once the water level rose, you know, now it appears more and more like little islands, and eventually, you know, the big pieces are gone. Could this be, you know, a record of when the water level was a little lower and Mu, at least this part of Mu on this side, you know, is still visible, you know what I'm saying? And was it the original Japan? The part of this Mu, you know, or Hiva that's still sticking out, or HaWah that's still sticking out, right? You got Hawaii over there, right? So, you know, these land masses are named after HaWah, a lot of them. So I want to get that link again too, man. That HaWah link is beautiful. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, you know, it's very interesting, especially with this comment that the fam left. Of course, we're talking pilots. We're about to get back to that. But Kapangu is Ipan, Ipan. Oh man, body bad, right? Japan or Jaba. You know, them J's be silent and all that. So they went to the HaWah. It got me thinking about Hiva. Got me thinking Hiva. The submergence of Hiva. Right? So the fam's talking about Japan is Ipan, is Hava, is HaWah. You already see how Hiva will easily be playing into this flow. You know what I mean? If we're surfing this wave, and it could be something, could be nothing. We're just talking dragons and a revolutionary war. But if we're talking Hiva, then you're getting into some interesting history on the Hiva. You know, this, you know, giant, you know, volcanic, you know, really dragon situation. I mean, check out this map right here. The whole Hawaiian Islands. Solomon Islands. So all this Polynesian flow, again, the water level, you know what I'm saying, has risen, right? So you got the flood playing into all that. The flood popping off, of course, the water levels have extremely, raised up. But have, if they receded, like there could have been a flood and everything, you couldn't see nothing. And then the flood, the waters receded. So then you look at the Noah and the ark situation, and he's sending out the, bird, is it the dove or whatever, to report, when there's land, good land to go ahead and migrate on, you know what I mean? So this bird come back, hey man, it's all good. Now that doesn't mean all the land that used to be visible is visible. It means that there is some high ground or some land that is habitable, right? That didn't mean that it's all back to normal. And what I'm saying is these islands are just parts of all this ancient land underneath it, just like the lakes, just like the man-made lakes. We're going to, hopefully have some time to talk some more about these damn dams, man. Love to my sister Zion Dove popping on. You know what I'm saying? So all this is what they'll call Mu or Lemuria, or, all this. Atlantis is still there, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's right there in the Atlantic Ocean, you know what I mean, or it's been shifted somewhere else, Is it, we're talking technology after all. We're just talking technologies, man. We're talking things happening. We're talking Hiva, or we're talking HaWah. They changed those V's around and them W's, and those vowels. And I want to read a little bit of this, and then we're gonna pop off into some of the craziest ish you've ever heard of in your whole entire life. My wife and I was just like, how do we not ever even hear about this thing? Some of y'all probably like, yeah, man, you didn't know that? Man, if you knew that and you weren't talking about it, you are tripping, man. So we're gonna talk about that in a second, man. But all right. Hello to my bro, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. I believe it's Jeffrey Davis, man. Let's just do this right quick. Let's just pull up this map, man. This is, again, body bag on body bag on body bag popping off right now. Coming out of Drop Nation, man. My nigga's on fire. My nigga's got body bags. Love to Flat Earth British, I believe it is. He was doing a video. One of my family, connected me with a screenshot of this flow here, man. And, I got to share with you, man, because, what do you see? You know what I mean? You see what they would call, Mesopotamia, all that. So, see Saudi Arabia, Little India, all that stuff. And then you zoom up, and it says up there, American, man. American, man. Now, what would American be doing connected with this part of the world? I mean, I thought we was in a whole new world. What does American have to do? What does American have to do with this side of things, man? Huh? Huh, man? I think they're dropping breadcrumbs, man. Love to my bro about where the real ancient world really is. So we gonna, we gonna dig on that some more. Love to my Jeff. Hiva. All right, man. I'm just looking at this. Among all the ancient legends of Rapa Nu. Now, in this other link I pull up, they're gonna compare the Rapa with the Ra. And of course, you're talking Atlantis. So you are talking Apollo and Zeus and them, and the Ras, and probably the Rapa, whoever this, person is. We're gonna dig on it. The one about the origins of its first inhabitants is without a doubt one of the richest in details. The tale has been preserved in several manuscripts that date to the decade of 1910, and with only small variations in the narratives from Juan Tepano and Arturo Teo, which were written down in the first half of the 20th century by several different authors. In this legend, the original land of the first settlers of Rapu Nui was Mare Ringa, which was supposedly located within a vast and distant island. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Territory generically called HaWah, right? Loosely translated as of there or off there in the distance. So this HaWah could be the same as this Kapangu, distant island off in the distance. This Ipan, Japan, Java, or HaWah, or we're just talking HaWah, off there in the distance. Somewhere to the west of today's Rapa Nui, HaWah was doomed to sink into the sea. So did Kapangu, which is why it's not on the maps, possibly, is it deeper in the water? Did the water, rise? When you talk about a flooding, you talk about a rise in the water when you think about a flat plane, right? Because water always finds the flattest point, right? So, water is always going to flatten out, It never curves into a ball, so I don't know why y'all believe you want a ball filled with water, because I've never seen water curve into a ball, with some gravity magnet crushing the water, into a ball. That's not science. They can't repeat that experiment, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's a theory. I got a theory for you. You're on a relatively flat plain that has mountains and valleys and levels within it, right? That's where they get the hollow earth flow. There's levels within it. So when the water rises, then the floodgates within the earth, open up, that abyss opens up. You get flooded from beneath, not from the water just keeps raining and flooding. You know how long that'll take? Just because of the rain. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, you can have flash floods. But when you talk about this type of flooding, you're talking about the opening of these, abyss portals, waters beneath. And when that water rises, you know, the land is said to sink, right? So HaWah was doomed to sink. Now, why? It wasn't the whole entire India Superior, that was doomed to sink. These were certain islands and areas that were popping off, you know what I'm saying? Around some of the mainlands, right? So HaWah was doomed to sink into the sea in an enormous cataclysm as foreseen by the Polynesian priest HaWah or HaWah or HaWah Maka. With his prophecy, it became urgent to evacuate the island. One group migrated to the east, found the island of Rapa Nui, and settled there. The different legends don't make it clear whether HaWah finally sank under the water, if it disappeared completely, or if part of it remained. Could this be Kapangu, the original Japan? Could this be the original Japan? And all these ancient Japanese stories are connected to this land, not that land over there. All their most ancient traditions is what they stole from the OG and tried to recreate and pop off over there, which is why they have all these phantoms and duplications in their timelines that Russian chronographers like Anatoly Fomenko are busting them out on. So, you duplicating Israelite history. But you would have to connect Israel with this land over here. And you would have to know that Japan could very well be Kapangu or HaWah or HaWah, which is where Tao's people are supposedly from. Hmm. Could be. Could be, man. And why in the world is American right here in their part of the world? Unless they're really in our part of the world. Hmm. Man, this is great, man. Jeff, man, you got the drop. You got the drop, man. Yeah, we're just talking. Kapangu. Let me get that Kapangu look again, man. Man, it's just, we're talking pilots, right? Huh? Pilot? Which an old pilot gave to King Henry in the 1500. What was he piloting? What was he riding? And is South America there Antarctica? Huh? Because where is South America? Questions, man. We're talking pilots in the 1500. Talking this mysterious island of Kapangu, and they always have this stories about Japan and all this gold in Japan, but they're talking about the gold in America, man. They're not talking about that Japan. And imagine the land underneath this water. It's they replicate everything the creator does. You know, the creator floods us. They create dams and flood us. They say we can do it too. So the creator, in a sense, really popped off the blueprint, showed them how to reboot a city right quick, the same way the creator been doing with us when we've been out of cold and we got floods popping off. They said, oh, well, that is a way to erase a lot of history. So they do the same damn thing. They create their little damn dams and flood hella land, right? So what is under this water? West of Florida. Yeah, the original Japan, or Hiva, or HaWah. And if this is if this, is where at least the last visible part of Atlantis was before the water continued to rise, just like a Pongu, you could almost see, like how they could be ops, kind of like they almost look like ops, like I'm over here, what it do. And did they have some type of super frequency war, what I mean, that caused both islands or, land masses to sink? Could you see a war popping off between Mu and Atlantis in this type of, scale, in this type of version? But imagine the water being, well receded, you know what I'm saying? And so much land. Just imagine no water being here, really, you know. Imagine all this just being land, you know what I mean? Just popping off. And all these, broken islands and stuff like that. Imagine all that being put together. Like, imagine what this used to look like. Yeah, but we just are talking pilots, right? We're just talking pilots, missing islands, Hivas and HaWahs and Yapans, and fire dragons. Let's go. Hey, great comment, my bro Kevin Morris, man. And back to that Hiva right quick. Is this story a true reflection of fact, or is it a later interpretation of events long forgotten? Studies done by different scientific groups have uncovered the Rapanui people of today have a fairly close degree of relationship to the inhabitants of Mangareva in the southern archipelago of the Marquesas, and then slightly more distinct with the islands of Tuamotu and the Australs, all of which are currently within French Polynesia. Three of the islands in the Marquesas group have the word Hiva as part of their name: Nuka Hiva, Fatu Hiva, and Hiva O. So do they have Hiva as the name, or is it really HaWah? Nuka HaWah, Fatu HaWah, HaWah Oa. And the Oa is also HaWah. Just like we got in that HaWah, ancient name document. It's on all your ether packs, and we made a PDF of it because they took it down and we found it again, and so we made a PDF really quickly. And love to my sister Tracy Lett. She wants to make a lot more PDFs for the tribe. So look out for us, man. The Drive Library is about to be popping all the way up on the upgrade. Shalom, man, for your patience, and this is how long it takes to get the full machine flowing, man. But we flying, man. The dragon is on Coon. All right, so is it HaWah's all over the place. So this is like HaWah. The last two are in the southern Marquesas, although some have speculated that the three Marquesan Hivas are remains of the original Hiva that sank. And there is no geological evidence to back it up. On the other hand, Hiva is a word on the Rapanu language that is applied to any distant land. Well, you're just talking about HaWah, So this is HaWah's land, all of it. Any distant land is HaWah's land. It could refer to almost any place in the wide Pacific Ocean, right? So if it's such a, generic, any distant land, and could be almost any place in the Pacific, the wide Pacific, then yeah, you know, this is definitely Hiva, this distant land, this island. And I ain't gonna tease you, but I do have cities of gold on deck, ready to pop off. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just gonna let this, fall back and load up. You know what I mean? And we're gonna maybe get into some cities of gold, man, and pop off some cartoons, my naga, because we we just getting started, man. Hold on, let me see if we got the full episode list on here. Let's see. Take that out. Boom. So say it ain't so. Come on, man. We could do this. We could do this together, y'all. Huh? Cities of gold. Let's go. Tell me they took it out. Ooh. Come on. Okay. Oh yeah, I mean we definitely gotta go season one if we talking Tao and the Hiva situation. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna belly flop into some mysterious cities of gold. Hopefully talk some Hiva, talk some HaWah, talk some Tao, man. Love to the Templar. I know it's one of his favorite things to do is surf the wave, man. And talk some Tao and Esteban. We surfing the wave, my naga. So, all right. It's getting interesting about this Hiva situation, and I'll leave this link because they're gonna go more into it. This Wikiwan says now they're talking that Rapu Nu, right? And we said they compared it to this Ra. Churchwood claimed that Mu was the common origin of the great civilizations of Egypt, Greece, Central America, India, Burma, and others, including Easter Island. Whoa. We're gonna back it up, but this researcher here, is claiming that Mu was the origin of Egypt. And Mu ain't over there in so-called Africa, man. Now Greece, Central America, India. So you got India, Superior. You got the America, the real America. You know what I'm saying? Burma, like Birmingham. Yeah, man. I mean, they're just letting you know what's up. So As evidence for his claim, he pointed to symbols from throughout the world in which he saw common themes of birds, the relation of the earth and the sky, and especially the sun. Church would claim that the king of Mu was named Ra, and he related this to the Egyptian god of sun Ra and the Ra Pu Nui word for sun Ra'ah. He claimed to have found symbols of the sun in Egypt, Babylonia, Peru, and all ancient lands and countries. It was a universal symbol. As an additional evidence for his claims, Church would look to the Holy Bible and found throughout his own translations that Moses was trained by the Nakal Brotherhood in Egypt. So, this almost reminds me of the spirit science flow where they talk about the Nakals and the Atlanteans and, all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? That'd be like this being Egypt today in America, and, you have a Naga that's, trained up in, whatever the American sciences are, whatever the case is, but he don't get hijacked into it, and he knows that there's only one true creator, pops off, what I'm saying, with the education, really uses that against the hijack. He knows how to defeat the hijack because he was bred up, into their sciences, trained up into their brotherhoods, right? So Assyria, when writing and misplaced the Garden of Eden, which according Assyria mistranslated when writing and misplaced the Garden of Eden, which according to Churchwood would have been located in the Pacific Ocean. Huh? Huh? All right, so Monaca, America is the old world. This is the holy world, the holy land, whatever you want to call it. The Pacific Ocean plays heavy, especially when you talk about Mu, Lemuria, all that situation. Churchwood makes references to the Ramayana epic, a religious text of Hindu attributed to sage and historian Valmiki mentions the Nakals as coming to Burma from the land of their birth in the east. That is in the direction of the Pacific Ocean. What? What? The east is in the direction of the Pacific Ocean. Have you ever heard of that before? It sounds like we breaking the spell. And when they compare all this raw stuff again, you're talking about islands that were sunk, right? So, whatever they're comparing it to, Mu, Atlantis, everybody got out of code, man. Everybody got out of code, man. Destroyed each other. High tech wars, man. And we just talking dragons, though. Oh man, we got a lot of drop in this, man. Got a lot of drop in this. In the 1882 book Oaspi, that's where we got that China drop by John Newbro. Included a map of the earth in antediluvian times prior to the Great Flood, a biblical record, where an unknown continent is located in the northern Pacific. Newbro called this continent Pan. People often link Pan and Mu as the same mythological continent since both are claimed to be located in the Pacific. Newbro continues to claim that the unknown continent disappeared 24,000 years ago but will soon rise from the Pacific. Well, it can only do that if the ocean levels recede again. When HaWah recedes those waters, as Leviathan suck all that water up in one gulp, you know what I'm saying? You're going to see all this stuff seemingly rise, but it's all happening. Will soon rise from the Pacific and will be inhabited by the Cosmin race, man. Hijack says, stop it, man. Tartaria again, all over again, man. They just want to fit themselves into antiquity and the future and prophecy. Stop it. This is Nagaville, man. It's Nagaville. Now it says, Max Hendel, a Danish-American occultist, wrote about Mu in the Rosicrucian Cosmoconception 1909, which offers a different image in chronology. According to Hendel, Mu existed when the Earth's crust was still hardening. In a period of high heat and dense atmosphere, Hendel claims humans existed at this time, but they had the power to shapeshift. He says they had no eyes, but rather two sensitive spots that were Affected by the light of the sun in the dense atmosphere, humans were guided more by internal perception than by external vision. The language of these humans consisted of sounds of nature. Okay? So he's saying moves back when it was just hot as hell. And we were just shape shifting, getting our Jacan Coon on. Okay, all right. Yeah, man, it's a lot of drop. I want to get to this piece down below, comparing Mu and Hiva with the city of gold. It says in 1982 to 83, French Japanese animated series. So this was a French Japanese collabo animated series, The Mysterious Cities of Gold. Tao is the last living descendant of the sunken empire of Mu, or Hiva in the English dub. So this got me looking at Mu as Hiva, and when the bros popping off in the comments, connecting the Hiva or the HaWah to Japan or Kapangu, yeah, we just talking Mu. We just talking Mu. Just talking Mu. You know what I mean? Still on this side, but, still within this landmass, you know what I'm saying? And could this be the piece, a particular piece called Hiva, or Distant Land, or HaWah? And where did it go? Right? Where did it go? Did it go down at the same time as this Atlantis over here? And it says, there was an island, there was here, an island was burned. 1456. So somebody burnt an entire island down. What happened over here, man? These islands full of demons. We talking dragons again? We just talking dragons. Okay. Savages. But these savages got all the gold. We got India over here, but we got all the gold. Yeah, you got the gold, man. You got the Grand Khan. Cat that. You got the Grand Khan, man. You got Kapangu, Japan. So this ain't no knock on nobody's culture and this, but we've all inherited lies. Don't come over here if you're not willing to empty your cup. I can't tell you who you are. People keep asking me, well, so what does that make me? Look, man, I'm just saying what it looks like is the Japanese today ain't the real Japan, you know what I mean? What it looks like is the China today ain't the real China near Florida, you know what I'm saying? And Japan and China are right next to each other because the China is the Khan, and the Japan is the Kapangu, is the HaWah, is the HaWah, is the Mu. We're just talking about the mysterious cities of gold, man. We're gonna come back to this on a dismount, man, and surf the wave in the mysterious cities of gold, man. I'm saying, y'all got me popping off, man. Y'all got a knocker popping off. Love to shine Israel, Team Most High, all day, every day, God. Oh, my sister made a very incredible comment. I gotta share this on that rabbit and the deer. Hey, how for y'all surfing the wave? Yeah, man, you got knockers popping off, and you got paper mache knockers. They still paper mache. They still in that paper world, that 2-dimensional flow. They can't get down with the so-called 3D. According to the rabbit and the deer, they can't see clearly. But she dropped some, straight up truth right here. She said, what's funny is the deer, never had an identity in the two-dimensional world. Rabbit did, because you can see all the things on her shelf. she, my sister's being specific. She's surfing away. Let's get it. A carrot being one of them, and another identifiable knickknacks, other identifiable knickknacks, all unsorted in no particular order. Deer has books like how the saying goes, I'm an open book, or people say they are a book with many chapters. Maybe Deer was so deep and complex in identity, he was many books within many chapters, but lost. But there is a two-dimensional world. They're in a two-dimensional world, complacent, but Rabbit grounded him. His shelf is in order with as many books in number as Rabbit had in knickknacks. The window is also on Rabbit's side. Hmm. She better not jump out the window, man. A lot of two-dimensional paper shea noggers jumping out the window, man. When Deer was caught out there and viewed the depth of the wilderness as Rabbit was just blowing in the wind in his world, the wilderness wasn't just a walk in the park on a sunny day. True. There was a storm out there, as it is in the awakening truth, which is why discernment is so important for those of us who are called, in which you can only build on by having a strong relationship with the Most High and His host. Anyway, notice the window at the end. Rabbit sees two worlds in her window. Maybe Deer's view into another world or window came through the TV. What does it mean? Would Deer have survived the storm in the wilderness if the presence of Rabbit, being a reminder of what grounds him, didn't push him back to a grounded reality? Deer could have become deer meat. They can prep for the wilderness together now. Wow, my sister went deep waters into the rabbit and the deer psychology, man. We just had a nice little session. And I'm with you, sis. I rock with that. Especially looking at these knickknacks. Especially when you brought up the knickknacks, man. It gets, like everyone has to walk to that door themselves at the end of the day. Someone could show you the way, someone could hold your hand, but you got to keep walking through that door. Rabbit has to keep walking through that door. You know what I'm saying? But remember, she couldn't open it by herself. She tried to. So it's not just you can't feel so entitled. You know what I'm saying? You might be in 2D, two dimensions, according to this, example. You know what I mean? Don't feel so entitled because another Naga sees clearly that you're just going to see clearly because, we see clearly, or, we can't take it for granted because someone else see clearly that we gonna see clear. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta work for that. We gotta be patient for that. We gotta, you know what I'm saying? It's gotta be our own pop off. We gotta walk through that door on our own. It has a tribe, but every individual is responsible for themselves. And you can feel entitled and feel like, well, yeah, I walked through the door because we walked through the door. Nah, you gotta walk through the door. But don't develop no covetousness. That's one thing I saw was the rabbit, she was hurt, but she didn't let it turn her into a covetous naga. She didn't start being covetous of the dead. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, she saw clear enough that they're in two different worlds. She had to accept that, man. So, man, don't get me started. I'm a rabbit and the deer enthusiast, man. You know what I'm saying? Love to Zion Dove, man, Jay Clay, all the real Nagas dropping some great drop, man. All day. Oh man, I'm so thankful for your word. There's one more mystery. Who is Dracula? Ooh. For the fourth wave, we might have to start talking Dracula, huh? This came up before. Oh man, we having fun, man. All my Nagas popping off. HaWah, Exodus 20, Hosea 3 and 5, Matt Gomez. You got the drop. Cause Exodus 20 got a Cinco. HaWah. Anybody trying to get in the drop library, you know what I mean? Email me, you know what I'm saying? But if you just need a password, man, we always let you know. It's been the same password for years. 1234, get you through the door. You know what I mean? So get hundreds of books, you know what I'm saying? All this stuff is free by the time you get it in the Ether pack. It's just because we compiled it for you on a flash drive and, you know what I'm saying, package it up for you, man, and make it convenient. So, that's your way of supporting and giving back, to support the art flow, but everything's already there for you. The whole Press the John series is already here for you. You don't have to be a special subscriber of such and such or membership. I could be going crazy, oh yeah, join the membership. If you're a member of 432 The Drop Radio, you get access to such and such. Nah, Managa, we just always have dropped the drop, giving you the links, everything. So, AI for all my true contributors that, you know, um, go out of their way, man. Because, we don't promote a bunch of stuff, but Managas go out their way to make sure that they're there for, whatever it is that is popping off. So get 1 through 75, man. I'll leave this link for you, man. But just, hit up our playlist. And 1 through 74, 75. Yeah, I'm jumping the gun. We popping off, man. We pop. And love to my man, Natural by Law. He brought up Prester John 47, and I say, yeah, we might have to belly flop in 47, man. You know what I'm saying? It might be like that time, though. It might be popping off, man. Bumping over here on 432. You know what I'm saying? It's all happening, man. We in the Drop City. Yeah. Let's belly flop there. Let's do it, then, Nat. Whoa. This is your fault, Nat. Let's go, cool man. The thing about digging on Prester John is you get all kind of drop, man. You get all kind of drop on the natural healing frequency and vibration. You get all the secrets, man. Whoa, we just said natural. We just said natural. Y'all heard that? We just said natural. Natural by Law has told you this is your fault. We just surfing the wave. Drag and drop. You get to put the timelines back together. You get orientation. And you see what they got chilling in the British Museum. They got you. They got Priest King, Prester John, all over North America, right? Holding down the crooks, right? The cross, right? The four corners. So in this province is found a stone from which a Zor is made. It says obtained from a kind of vein in the earth and is of very fine quality. There's also a great manufacture of fine comlets of different colors from camel's hair. The people get their living by their cattle and tillage, as well as by trade and handicraft. The rule of the province is in the hands of the Christians. Well, let's see what we got. We could be talking Genghis. I don't know. As I have told you, but there are also plenty of idolaters and worshippers of Muhammad. I really want to dig on these three Moseses, man. Yeah. Right quick. I don't know. I just want to read a piece of this. And there's also here a class of people called Argons. Reminds you of the Argonauts, right? Love to the Templar. Love to Natural by Law. Natural, this is your fault. Which is as much as to say in French, Gouazmo. Gouazmo. And in other words, sprung from two different races, to wit, of the races of the idolaters of Tanduk. Who's the idolaters of Tanduk? Who's the Tangu? The Tangu are the Shia. The Tanduk are the Tangu. The Tenduc are the Tangut. Tangu. Huh? And these Tangu are the she, right? We just talking Nestor because they gonna bring up Nestorian Christians, and we've been talking about Nestorians and what it really means to be a real Nestor. First of all, you gotta dodge the hijack. We're just talking about Nestors, and they're gonna bring them Nestorians, and it always connects to old wise kings, oldest, wisest. They're just taking this term, and they're always talking about wisdom, an old wise man or a sage, like a magi. So these magi's, these sages, they got the frequency. They're called the Nestors as a code word, letting you know that they're not real Christians. They're the sages or magi's that are the Hebrew priest kings, that they're trying to syncretize into their brand of Christianity. Now, not only were they kings, old kings renowned for their wisdom, and they're renowned for wisdom. So you're talking about the Solomons and the lines of Dawid, right? We're talking priests because Klein says the name is literally one who blesses. So that, like a pope, right? Like a prester, right? A king, can give his blessings. You can go to war, you can have that land. But I mean, blessings come from a priesthood, right? So this connects you with a priesthood and a king. So that's where you got the Prester John connection with this Nestorianism. But they were just talking Tengu, which means they must be talking Shia. And this is where the Mongol history connects. Again, we're connecting the Mongol flow with the Hebrew flow, with the indigenous flow. Say it again with me, my Naga, because this is cracking the code for us. This is cracking the code for Nagas and Drop Nation. We're connecting the Mongol history with the Hebrew history, the script, right? With the indigenous flow, right? With the American history that we got, right? The Tecumseh, the Chickamauga flow, you know what I'm saying? All of this, Dragon Canoe, HaWah flow, indigenous con history right here connects directly with this so-called Mongol history because it's happening in China. It's happening in China. The Great Khan of China, Cathay, means pure land. Fire dragons in Florida. It's happening right here in Japan or India. You got Ptolemy's India. You got Plato's Atlantis. You got much gold. And where is Kapangu? Where is Mu? Where is HaWah? Cool. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, China, Mongol, Shia, understand. All right. Understand. When you talk Shia, you're just talking Tengu. The Shia are the Tengu, also known as the Tengu Empire. And it's up to you to get a step closer, man, when you realize that Genghis Khan, right, was going to war against these Tengu. Genghis Khan, just like we keep hearing about Genghis Khan going up against the Prester, you know what I'm saying? Genghis Khan was at war against the Shia, right? And their Shia is connected to this whiteness or pureness, like the Aslan, like the Aztec, high, like Judah, kingdom, great, high, great kingdom, great pure kingdom, Managa, is the Shia. And again, the region was known to the Tangus as Minginia, Nigeria, and the Tibetans as Minya. So these Tibetans are these Tangu. All right, that's why Tibet, get the Prester John investigation. Tibet is right by Tangu, right? According to the Roish map. According to the Roish map, we got receipts. We ain't just talking about it, Managa. You got Africa, right? So America's over here. First, you got to get through this piece, which is what? They call it what? reload this thing. There we go. There we go. Yeah. ThaWaDa, right? The meaning of ThaWaDa is holy land. What is holy land doing over here, right? Connected all the way up to what would be North America, except you don't see nothing you recognize, man. Except we're just talking Tibet, Mangi, like Monkey Khan, Tangu. Tangu are the Tanduk that we were just reading about, are the Shia, which are the what? The Olmec called themselves Shi, Xi, the same name that they used when they were in China. I didn't say it. Love to Real History WW. What? These Olmec were in China? How could it be? Oh, China, Cathay is America. That's why they're here. And the Mexico connection, is it the same thing? China is Mexico. Manage, how many times we got to see it? How many times we got to see it? Ptolemaeus, Wilcarte, Auguspi, 1548. How many times we got to see it? La China, Manage, Mexico, Manage, China, Mexico, China, Mexico. Mangi, who's the Mongool? Who's the Mangi? These are Genghis Khan's people. Cathay, Cateo, India, Tangu. Who's the Tangu? Tangu are the Shia. Man, not the Shia are the Shia, right? She, also known as the Tangu, also known as the who? Olmec, that called themselves the Shia when they were in China. Back to the Mongol flow, right? We're talking China or America, where the Khan is. Where the Khan is. In Kana or China. We're talking Shia. And what are we talking about with pilots in the 1500s? Come on, man. We surfing away. Genghis Khan is a black man. He's rolling up on the Preston. But Managa, note that Genghis Khan is depicted as a black man by the Russian painter Smirnov in 1883. Huh? Is it play? Is it play? Is it play? Man, I need to be popping off. Make sure I take a nice, clear cut picture of this. Because it's going all the way up, man. Back it up. Genghis Khan depicted as a black man, right? That's why we're talking Olmec. So this black man was going up against these black men or copper colored Khans. This is a more and more war, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking the Shia, right? So you gotta be talking Genghis Khan. The Tangus called themselves the Minag, transcribed in Chinese. The same name they used when they were in China. I'm talking the Shi or the Olmec. Uncle Paul and them. Uncle Paul and them, We're in China. We popping off. They are the she. They are the Olmec. It's all happening. And my daddy daycare, man. It don't never stop. It don't never end, man. We fight for this, man. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. So, they throw titles all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Here they say the Tangus had left their homeland to escape pressure from the Tibetans and migrated towards eastward to what is now Shanxi and Shanxi provinces. So some say they're the same people. Now they're saying that they had pressure from them. So again, sounds like the same type of more and more war. Where did Genghis Khan fit into this? I saw him pop up around here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And we gotta dig on this Tangu script, seeing what it's looking like compared to that Celtic situation that they had, the Ogham. I want to compare all these, writings, man. The Tangu, the Ogham, and of course we gotta crack the Voynich code, man. Get back on that Voynich manuscript. I'm trying to find this Genghis khandrop. I know it's in here. They got it somewhere in here. I was belly flopping. It's a lot going on in this link. Because once you start connecting it, man, you know that she are the Olmec and what they looking like. You see why they taking stuff out of, these books, man, trying to hide this Olmec face. You know what I'm saying? Because then when they talk about this Tangu force destroyed several fortified settlements, you're talking about these Olmec wars that's going down, these warriors popping off. Now you can connect them directly with Genghis Khan and seeing what side of the more and more war was popping off, man. I mean, this is happening all in real time. Yeah, it's a lot happening in this link, man. We got to slow it down. Man, I'm just barely. Oh, here we go. Here we go. 17-year-old Shang Yoi succeeded his father, Emperor Renzong of the Western Xia, as emperor. These are all Nagas, my Naga. Posthumously, Emperor Huanzong of Western Xi, little beside the rise of Temujin, right? Temujin is the great Khan, Genghis Khan, my Naga. What does Genghis Khan look like? He looks like you, my Naga. He looks like you, my Naga. Not that picture they're giving in Wikipedia. He looks like you, my Naga. Right? Temujin. Temujin and his conflict with the Western Xi. So Genghis Khan had a conflict with these Nagas, right? Genghis Khan had a conflict with the Xi. Khan. Genghis Khan had a conflict with the Xi. More and more war. Temujin, Genghis Khan, and his conflict with the Western Xi is known about Huanzong's region. You see again, HaWah, HUA, HaWah, all over the place, right? HaWah, spelled HUA, HAWA, HAWAH, Managa. Sometimes just UA, sometimes just OA. We still just talking HaWah on all these places. I wonder if we have that link up right here. Because, we just talking China. Oh, yeah. I know what I gotta do, man. I know what I gotta do, man. I gotta get my ether pack. Excuse me, man, when I put my ether pack in, because I want to find this link on HaWah. Make sure you get your ether packs, because this is where we are compiling the drop. Let's get it. Hit me up if you still don't have your ether pack. We got new shipments coming in ether pack 1 and 2. All these links, man, before they get taken down, off this internet situation. I'm just digging on this HaWah right quick, and then I'm getting back into, some of this Mongol flow, dragon flow, and really some of the creepiest drop you've ever heard of, man. And I had never heard nothing like this, man. But, Drop Nation be sending this drop in. Let's see. It might be in the... Let's go drop links, man. Let's go drop links. Oh, it's right here, man. HaWah PDF. Bang. So we keep saying the HUA. I just want to show you receipts because, like I said, we don't just talk about it. We're gathering the drops. So, a great link, OG link that we've always, come back to, continue to use as a great research tool. It's called, this chapter 5 is HaWah, the Creator. A highly prominent name is that of HaWah. It is the most ancient name for the Creator and is easily identified from a Hebrew verb meaning to form or to mold. As time flowed on and the world fell apart, different people developed different names for the Father God, for the Creator, King of the gods, and for other superhuman personalities. The myths show common patterns, but the stories and relationships among the gods vary from place to place. The tribes remembered the same general arrangement, but estrangement led to different details. Oral deterioration and later literary embellishments eroded a solid core of social memory. The myth stories show these common patterns, but with divergent embellishments. Through the study, it is now possible to isolate the old names and show evidence which was preserved beyond the disintegrating process of social memory and distortions of ancient scribes and their literary accounts. We can now determine the original forms. So he's going to go off a little bit and get into how there's a future name, and he puts the Yah in front, and he gets the Yahweh, right? But he just told you straight up to your face that HaWah is the most ancient name, right? So why wouldn't you connect to the most ancient name? That means that's the one when Moses asked you in, Exodus 13, ask HaWah, what should I, tell them if they ask, what I should call you, what we should call you. I am that I am, right? HaWah, I am. HaWah is the Hebrew verb meaning to form, to mold, to shape. I am, to be established, to become. This is HaWah. I am, to exist. HaWah means to exist, so you don't speak a future tense of existence. Yahweh means future existence. Man, existence has no time. It is. It exists. You don't change that into a future tense unless you want to change our frequency up. HaWah didn't say, call me this in the future. You don't put a Yah in front of words to make it futuristic. You don't put a Yah in front of your name. If I want to talk about us doing something in the future, I got to say, hey, Yah Marcel. Nah, man. I still call you Marcel, right? Whether I'm talking past or future, present or future, man. So stop with the play. But, just showing you how this HUA is and all these place names, whether you're talking the LOA, the OA, Loa, Hawa, Sinaloa, Aloha, like the Hawaii, Hawaii, Aloha. The HaWah is the base. Kaabab El HaWah is one of the most ancient excavated sites in Israel. El HaWah, God Creator, is the key to a host of linguistic forms, while El, a common Shemitic word for God, is not or is remembered in the Bible. HaWah, the ancient name for the Creator, is not. Again, confirmation. This author's letting us know that HaWah is the ancient name for the Creator. But here's the reason for the twist, right? He's saying the reason is simple. When the Israelites were given Yahweh during the Exodus, the new name for the Creator, they learned to forget the old HaWah. So he's saying they were given a new name. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, now it's the future Creator. Call me Yahweh, not HaWah. Stop it, man. They no longer remember HaWah. So what's the name then? If they no longer remembered the real name, what's the name? Why would they be given a name that's not the ancient name? That's not the, you know what I'm saying? Alawa, Halawa, the Malakai Islands and Hawaii Islands, or on Malakai and Hawaii Islands, the name is known as Halawa. It is also found in Halawa, Jordan, Halawa, the Jebu Mountains of the Sudan. I'm saying Hawaii is everywhere. So, when I say Hawaii is all over the place, whether you're talking HaWah, just like the Avatar, HaWah, AWA, all that is Hawaii. Hawaii, Mongolia. We're talking Mongols, Mongol history, right? Hawaii. If one attempts to pronounce El Hawaii rapidly with accent on the final Wa and not on the initial Ha, one readily recognizes how the H of Hawaii can be slurred into El Awa. Ancient or accent on the last syllable is practiced in Hebrew and other languages. On the last syllable, like Shalom, Hawaii, right? Hawaii, name in Ethiopia, is also given as UA. So when you see the UA, it's still Hawaii. If we vocalize OA or UA, we find ourselves making the W sound between the two vowels. So OA is still Hawaii, UA is still Hawaii. That's very important, man. It's very important stuff. So again, Temujin and his conflict with the Western Shi is known about HaWah Zong's reign. In 1203, Temujin was defeated, or Tagru, which is Prester John Wang Khan, right? So this is when he was rode up on, or at least one of his sons, David Soslan, was rode up on, defeated by Genghis Khan in 1203. Tagru's son, Nelja Sengun, fled through Tangu territory, and although the Tangus, or the Shi, right, or the Olmec, so you can say the Olmec refused to provide him with refuge, and he raided their territory. Temujin, Genghis Khan, used this as a pretext to raid the Olmecs, the Shi. The resulting attack in 1205, so notice that Prester John is being raided and rode upon at the same time as the Olmecs are being rode upon Managa. Whoa. That means they fighting side by side, man. What happened to the Olmecs, right? They got rode upon right here by Genghis Khan. You just had to put it together that the Shi are the Shi. Because the Olmec called themselves the Shi. The Olmec, yeah. Even in the Forbidden Histories of America, this is the sentence that was taken off. They took this part out right here. They just said, because they're talking Sylvanus to Texas, we get this a lot. We're talking about the American Empire, Kalalus. So you can't genealogy your way into an empire, man. Either you're from it, of it, cut from the cloth of it, you know what I'm saying, or you are paying tribute. Just because you are paying tribute here and you genealogy your way and connect that some of your ancestors was here, they were possibly here paying tribute then. All right, cool, but that don't mean you're entitled to the same land inheritance as the actual Nagas of Nagaville, of the Toltecs, my Naga. Because you find genealogy to connect yourself to America. What part of the empire, what part did those people play? What part do your people play in this empire? When HaWah raises the kingdom of Israel again, if you're not Israel, then you are paying tribute to Israel. You are in servitude to HaWah and to HaWah's children, Manai. That's just what it is. It's order. If you're not down with that, if you got the covenants, this ain't for you. You ain't gonna have no part of no part to doing nothing, man. I mean, you're gonna wish you were serving in the house of the Creator, man. But that's only if you lose that covetousness, for not being somebody else. Be grateful for who you are and the role you gotta play. Ain't about who play the leader, all about who play their part, but now, you know what I'm saying? We all gotta play our flow, our function, and then we can be one kingdom. Who cares who's this and who's that and what title you got? You want kingdom, you want kingdom. You want empire. You in America, you in Kalalus. You in Kalalus, man. Yeah, yeah. It gets deep when you talk this Charlemagne talk. When you talk this Makir. Yeah, this Makir talk. But the way that they took out this, oh yeah, then they got a nice little chronology situation. This Prince Makir, Kalalus, is Mixcoatl. Kalalus means promised land, by the way. You got this HUA again, HaWah, Mar, HaWah, HaWatzin, which connects like the Gerald Massey, Book of the Beginnings, like the Paku, you know what I mean, to these priest kings of the Toltecs that are ours. The Sylvanus Toltec, Solomon the Builder, talking cousin of Israel, the seventh Managa of Kalalus. We're just talking Isaac. Seems a lot like a Moshe flow, you know. Prince Makir is mixed code to Meshkotu of the Toltecs. Makir is mixed code. The priest king or Prester John of the Toltecs. Priest king is Prester John. You see what I'm saying? King Israel the third. All this is American history. This is American history, Managa, because you're just talking Olmecs. American Indian traditions, Managa. This is American history. These Toltecs are these tribes of Israel, are connected with this Ogam, the Ogam script, like I want to dig on, was named for Sylvanus Ogam, Solomon, man, which is Shalom or Shalawah. And he brought it from America to Europe, this script he's talking about. So it started weird. Man. Oh man. We've been talking about Chief Cabal, right? Kabul, Missouri. Oh man. Oh man, I tell you, we just popping off. Hey, get out of our way, man. Hey, get out of our classroom if you don't like it, man. We just talking Kabul, right? Having too much fun. Kabul, right? Named after Afghanistan, but it's in Missouri. Gotcha. It's only one of them named Kabul in the whole entire America. But the word is, man, the word is that the old legends claim Kabul is named after an Indian chief who lived there. Chief Kabul, pronounced Kabul. When my Aqua said this might connect to Sitting Bull. Great recon we got to do. Yeah, Kabul. And yeah, there's a Kabul. Afghanistan is supposed to be the spot. Yada, 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 yada. Different, known by different names throughout history. Its meaning is unknown. We just read. It's Chief Kabul. Old legends claim that Kabul was named after this Indian chief, right? They gonna tell us unknown meaning. But then they connected in Sanskrit, they connected to Cuba. Cuba? Oh man. Cuba is Kabul. What's it got to do with the cabal? Huh? The hidden stuff, huh? What's it got to do with Afghana, son of Jeremiah, according to the $1,000 book that's on your ether pack, Medieval Empire of the Israelites, Robert Grisham. Afghana is the grandson of King Saul, the son of Jeremiah. And this is what this Afghanistan is connected to, except it's not over there, right? It's right here. Now it's just a little ghost town situation built on top of our things, our stuff. But we just talking Toll, Texas, County, Missouri, right? Toll, Texas, County, Missouri. Toll, Texas. Got you. And what's it got to do with Cabal or Kabul, Chief Kabul or Kabbalah? Oh, it came forth from the region of Septimania. Sept is seven, like the 7 cities of gold. For the dismount, we hitting it up through Makiri, his family. Back it up. Back it up. We're talking Solomon, which means we're talking Shalom. Sylvanus. Gotcha. Back it up. Back it up. We just talking Texas County, Missouri. Nehemiah Theodorus reconquers the American Empire of Calais. Calais was ruled by Sylvanus Texas. Solomon the Builder, the hereditary ruler of this former Hebrew-ruled Redmani, which means pomegranate, which connects you to the promised land, like Joshua and Caleb has to get the promised land, the pomegranates. We're talking pomegranata. Calais was founded in the 1st century BC by the Babylonian exarch known as Sylvanus Ogam or Sylvanus Brabo, Solomon II, Babylonian exarch Nasir Mar, ruler of Sumer. Talking Samaria? Oh, they say Somerset in Britain. Or we're talking Samaria. Chronology. A great Redman, Hebrew ruler, soldier and ancestor of the Swan Knight, Barbar. Hebrew word of the day. Barbar is swan. Barbary, right? That's where they get all their Barbary wars from. He also led a fleet of trading vessels known as the ships of Solomon, or the swan boats. The ships are shaped like a swan with its sail like the wings of a beautiful gliding white swan after the defeat of Sylvanus Texas. The members of the royal family, because that's who you are, my noggin, were sent back to Europe, where they were under the protection of Nehemiah Theodorus and his family. The legends of Dun and Ogier are based on the activities of this family, descended from Duan, Antigun, Ogier, and Sylvanus Brabo, Sylvanus Barbar, Swan. The legends of Ogier, the Dane, son of Godfrey, Kadrod, and Dun de Maintz. Actually, wasn't there a TV show or movie called Dune that just came out? Dune, right? Actually referred to ThaWaDa de Dan. Dune is the Dan, my knock. They riding dragons in the sand, my knock. Dunan, Danan, who are also known as Mananan, or get this, Maine of America. What's up, Maine? So you think Maine's on the East Coast? Nah, Maine, it's right there in the Four Corners. The real Maine is also Mananan. where the giant ogre heads of the Olmec are found. Bang, ping, pow, body bag, dang. So the Olmec have everything to do with the Mananan and the Maine and the Dune and Danes and the Sylvanuses, the Brabos and the Barbers, the Nehemiahs, the Theodoruses, the Solomons, the Swan boats, and specifically Solomon the Builder and the American Empire of Kalalus. But in the book Forbidden Histories by Daniel Lowe of America, they took out this line where the giant ogre heads of the Olmec are found. That's just too much drip. So we found a separate link that had copied and pasted it. These people copied and pasted this from the Forbidden Histories of America book before this line was taken out. Now you get the book, this line is gone. It goes Maine, Mananane, period. The Irish legends of Regamon also allude to this. They took out the Olmec and the ogre connection because now you're thinking Shrek, right? And that's the play on words, or that's mocking the Olmec, my naga, that these ogres are the Olmec, are the She, are the Shishia. All right, that's at war with Genghis Khan, and then 1207, Genghis led another raid into the Western She. Who? Genghis Khan, depicted as a black man, right? This black man led a raid against these so-called blacks, right? I'm telling you, this is an Israelite on, Moabite and the Canaanite Confederation war. You know what I'm saying? This is the war that's happening in the script that you believe in, but now you got to see it's happening in America, and it's happening recently in America, just like Atlantis was just sunk, my naga. It's still here on this map in the 1500s. It was still visible then, and so was Japan, the real Japan, Kapango, and the land of the Khan, or China. This is a map of America, my naga. And the way to China, as men believed it to be, which an old pilot showed to King Henry VII in the year 1500. My naga, pilot? Pilot? Let's go, man. Let's go. Pilot, right? Right. These guys look like pilots to me. Huh? Huh? These guys look like pilots to me. Or are they ogres? Where the ogre heads of the Olmec are found, right? But the Olmec are the She. So the She are the ogre. The Tengu are the ogre. The Olmec are called the ogre, or Solomon the Builder, in the American Empire of Kalay. Ooh. But first you need to realize you're in an empire. This is the same one. Naga, that's where you found the Great Khan. This is Cathay. This is an empire. You see these castles? You see the castles? You're in the most ancient empire. They just did a facelift on this place, man. Yeah. Yeah, okay, okay, okay. Let's get to it. We're just getting started. Let's get to it. How we looking, man? Let's just get to it over here, man. I'm just having too much fun. We're talking cabals or caboose or cable. Ooh, cable TV. Cable. Cabal. Kabbalah. Cuba. Dragons during the Revolutionary War. The America had no air corps of its own, so it is not known how the revolutionaries or the hijacks countered Britain's dragons. It can be assumed that they got their aerial support or they got their dragons from other nations. Whoa. Who is helping out these hijacks? Who is giving them aerial core support? Aerial support? Who is giving them their dragons? Who's giving the hijacks their dragons? In the Revolutionary War? I don't know. I can only point my finger at the Moor. Not the real great, but the one that covets greatness in 1778, doing treaties of pieces and friendship on the head bone of the Chickamauga, like the Shishia, like the Shia, like the Tangu. These are the Tangu, the descendants of the Tangu, the descendants of the Shia. She, lofty, pure, righteousness, didn't make no deals. Kept fighting and kept fighting. These are the Olmec, my nigga. These are you. That's why you popping off, and that's why they kept their foot on us, right? We are the barbers. Solomon Barber, right? Swan Knights. Who's Tecumseh? This was your last stand. You didn't stand up with this eye. There's a reason why you're in your situation. You think the creator forgets about that stuff, man? You know what I mean? Of course not, right? So there's a reason why you're in your situation. It's a brother on brother war. Who gave these hijacks their dragons to fight Tecumseh and them? It can only be assumed they got their aerial support from other nations. Managi. To supplement America's lack of a navy. What navy? Did they even have pilots? Oh, we talking pilots? Pilots? Yeah, they had pilots in the 1500s. Big old fire dragons, right? In your face bone. They got their dragons, their aerial support from other nations, as was done to supplement America's lack of a navy. So the first talk about navy or aerial corps doesn't have anything to do with fake dragons. That's what these ships are today, with their fiery cannons and all their maneuverability. These airplanes can maneuver like this and that. They can go, they can disappear, they can fly stealth. They're all mimicking dragons. But the original Air Corps are the real dragons. The original Navy are the sea dragons. Let's go. Seraphine. The United States initially had no Air Corps. The hijack had no help. Someone gave them help. They made treaties of peace and friendship. Dragons were native to the Americas, though they were mostly in control of the Native American people. As an example was the dragon seen by Lawrence and Tim Murray on the HMS William of Orange in late 1805. This is right by the Tecumseh War. This is right during the thick of things, right? Chickamauga was referred to by Sutton as Dakota. Right now you got North Dakota and South Dakota, right? Come on, man. This ain't no play. The dragons burned down the Native American villages. So it's a dragon on dragon war. They're using dragons to counter Britain's dragons, right? So they got dragons from other nations. Now this dragon called Dakota, all right, used to do what? The name suggests the dragon and his rider, pilot, were members of the easternmost branch of the Sioux people. So these Sioux people did what? Burned down other Native American villages? Who's making treaties and peaces and friendship on the Shikabau? Now they're talking 1805. We're in the Barbar War, the Swan Knife Flow. We got to dig on the Sabine expedition. It must mean something leading back to Tecumseh. And we keep seeing this Mangi on the map, especially on the Roosh map. Mongol Khan is Mangu, Manki, Mangu. This is what we're seeing right here on the Roosh map. Mangi. It's the same Mango, Mangu, Manki, Mangi, Manki. We got Koroma. Tangu, Tibet, the real Tibet, India Superior Tibet, next to Mangu or Mangi, right? We got this Ptolemy's map. Do we got a monkey sighting? Mangi, right in the middle, right next to Florida, Cathay, India Superior, and again Tangu, and again China, and again Mexico. Mangi, got it. Mangi is Mangi, like monkey, right? Also spelled Mongo, grandson of Genghis Khan. Oh yeah, we got some romances to talk about, man. We definitely got to get back in these romances. It's getting too good to us, man. Wow. Okay. China. So it's all on the map is right, all right on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? The whole time. Now, the dragons burned down Native American villages. It was said that following the attack by the Swana Kingdom, the Americans were rapidly building area cores of their own, or they were breeding dragons during this time period of the Chickamauga War with the aid of the native tribes. You think this is play, my noggin? William Lawrence was told by Jacob Kukwa, whose brother was an aviator. They're just talking about pilots, man. So when they say that this map, showing the way to China, which is America, was given to him by an old pilot, shown to King Henry in 1500, this old pilot is an aviator or a dragon rider. And the Americans were breeding dragons at a frantic pace. In 1809 to 1808 to 1809, the Iroquois hatched 32 dragons in New York City. 1808 to 1809, they're saying there's no major war. Hey, nothing's happening. Nothing to see here, boss. We're just hatching dragons at a frantic pace, right? Between 1808 to 1809. But, nothing to see here, boss. Nothing major's happening. But they're frantically hatching dragons for this Tecumseh War popping off because they are preparing for it. They're preparing to pop off, right? Nothing to see here, boss. No major war. Nothing to see here. Right. I think there is something to see here, boss. Dragons are popping off in New York 32. The Chumash, Native Americans in California, were also known to have dragons capable of flying across the Rocky Mountains. Aviators, right? So this connects to all that pilot talk, you know what I'm saying? I'll leave the link, because they act like it's just, some type of fandom. But we're just talking dragons, and I want to get a piece of this. Let's see where we're at. I'm a belly flop into some of the strangest drop you never heard of. And we're just talking dragons and see if we can do a City of Gold dismount, man. This is drop like none other. You surfing away with me. I'm definitely, my nigga, surfing away with you too. Oh, we got plenty of time. We're in a perfect space. So let's have some fun, man. Let's have some fun. All right. I don't know if you're ready for this. Again, love to the family that's sending in all this great drop. Oh yeah, we got some damn drop. I knew we had some. Yeah, before we get into this super strange drop, I'll leave this link too, because we will be back on these damn dams. We ain't taking our foot off the neck bone of Hijack City. Hijack City. Damn Indians, the Missouri River. The Missouri River has an important place in American history. In 1803, the United States purchased the rights to govern the Louisiana Territory. This reminds you of the Tennessee Valley Authority, right? An area which spread from the Mississippi River west to the headwaters of the Missouri River. The Lewis and Clark expedition was then sent out to find headwaters of the Missouri to make contact with the Indians and to report on the economical potential for the new territory. Soon after, the Missouri became the highway for non-Indian fur traders, explorers, miners, and settlers. 1944, Congress approved the Pick-Sloan Plan for flood control and navigation on the Missouri River. The primary beneficiaries of the Pick-Sloan Plan were non-Indians, of course, farmers. The plan involved the construction of 4 dams: Garrison, Fort Randall, Oahe, and Big Bend, which would impact 23 Indian reservations and result in the forced relocation of nearly 1,000 Indian families. Many Indian leaders would later charge that the project selected Indian lands for dam sites rather than non-Indian lands. In carrying out the plan, every time we see the same jabronis behind this, the Army Corps of Engineers. So the fact that the Army's behind it lets you know that it's a military strategic attack. And they're copying the biblical flood. They're copying HaWah's plan. You know what I'm saying? Like, they said, oh, that's how you do it? That's how you erase history? Let's do the same thing. And this is what they're doing. You know what I mean? And shit ain't cool, right? So, with the Indians. So they negotiated settlements with the Indians. Which ones? You know what I'm saying? Not us. Which ones? Ignoring tribal sovereignty, Indian law, and treaty rights. Man, I'm going to leave this link with you. And remember, my sister Zion Dove dropped another damn link. Right? We got the Tennessee Valley. We got the Missouri flow. Now you got this Olmsted lock and dam is a locks and wicket dam on the Ohio River. So now we got Ohio at river mile 964.4. The project is intended to reduce tow and barge delays by replacing the existing older, frequently congested lock and dam number 52, 53. The locks are located around 17 miles upstream from the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers of Olmsted, Illinois. The project is in operation while the removal of locks and dams 52 and 53 should be completed around 2020, my nigga. So this is the most recent one we've come across, letting us know that they ain't stopped this, that this has continued. Man, they got a 775 million budget for this project in 1988, my nigga. That's $1 billion damn near. Uh-oh. Who's behind it? The Army Corps of Engineers. Come on, man. You think this is play? They just flooding you out. Military, right? So, man, 800 million. Damn. They putting up billions of dollars. The Army Corps Engineer. United States Army Corps of Engineers over here. United States Army Corps of Engineers over here. Tennessee Valley Authority, same thing. More dams damming the indigenous Nagas and Nagafi. So we'll keep our foot on the neck bone of Hijack City. Continue to search for these lakes. Maybe do another trip on this Google Earth, looking around, man, and the picture's getting clearer, don't you think? Don't you think, my nugget? You know, y'all let me know what you think about this, man. This is and again, love to Flat Earth British Sub, who has that same map that we show with the Americas. Americans just popping up on top of, their whole Middle East flow, right? That's some strangeness, right? Definitely showing the something here. All right, without further ado, we're going to get into this, man. I don't know if you ever heard of this mystery flesh pit. Some of y'all like, yeah, of course, man. Some of y'all like, huh? I know, this is the most creepiest, sicko, wow moment you might ever have. And a wow, surfing away with the drop, but left the drop nation, they find this stuff. We've been talking national parks. We've been talking dragons. Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, a collection of artifacts relating to the now defunct Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. So it's a collection of artifacts or articles in this internet archive. Now, it's now defunct because they had to shut it down because people were dying, right? Because this organism, they're saying, covers hundreds of miles. It's an organism. They turn it into an attraction. They turn a giant organism. We just talking dragons, right? They turned a giant organism into an attraction, man. This is not play. Hey, mud fossil. You need to have a field day with this, man. You're gonna be finding all kind of organic situations around this thing, man. He probably already popped off on this, man. So, and they're saying that there's organic entities that come out of this thing, that they've had to kill some of these organic entities in some, certain of these cavernous regions, man. Now look at this. See, old boy standing. This is a flesh situation going on. They call it a flesh pit. A flesh pit, man. A flesh pit, man. This is an organism that they're walking around in like it's a zoo. Because they continue to sedate this thing. They pump it with drugs. They done blasted all areas to try to expose it. This is just showing you all the drop. Look at this incident report, right? We're about to get into this damage report, and I'm just going to let them take the wheel. Check this out. This is pretty much a map of the land, and you see like intestines, and you know what I mean? Hey, Roger Mud Fossil, pop off, man. You know what I'm saying? Pop off, man. Can I get big? I'm not, and they know it is because it's called North Bronchial and south bronchial. So these are bronchial tubes of an organism, and they're taking tours in this thing, and it covers the entire span of this national park. And who knows how deep it goes? It's an organism that's alive. They had to shut down this park. Now defunct, it said, right? But not less gastric C, greater gastric managa. These are the gastrointestines. This is inside of something larger. My goodness. Musculature, organ over here, senolucent organ. You are in organs, man. Got me thinking about organ. All right. So this is real live fluid of an organism, and they call it Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. I can't make this shit up. I can't make this stuff up, man. All right. Yeah. Yeah, man. So what we talking about here? Mud foxes. We talking enormous dragons, man. You know what I'm saying? What are we talking about, man? Same thing we've been talking about. Huh? What are we gonna do today, Pinky? Same thing we do every day, boss. Man, they trying to take over the world. They got disclaimers when you come to this place. You better read your safety manual within the mystery flesh pit. My naggity think this is play. Your visit to the mystery flesh pit can be a most pleasurable and rewarding experience, or it can be a time of vexation, distress, or even tragedy because you might get eaten. Much depends on how you and your family observe these simple guidelines and avoid designated hazards. Okay. Know before you go. All visitors who partake on self-guided excursions beyond reinforced and enclosed trails within the Mystery Flesh Pit are required to attend an orientation at the lower visiting center. So you can do your own thing, but you're going to have to go through orientation. Make sure you know the rules. During this orientation, the park ranger will inform you about the areas that are closed to visitors due to high fauna activity or recent wildlife human encounters. So it's popping off over there. Don't go there right now. It is important to be aware which camping and hiking within a mystery flesh pit. Can you imagine camping out in this thing? Camping out in this organism overnight to avoid wildlife foraging areas, chymal deposits, gastric bladders, surface wildlife carcasses, mounds, mounds of carcasses. Wow. But by remaining calm and following the basic advice, yeah, you increase your odds of living, man. This is crazy, man. It's crazy talk. Though the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park remained a model of visitor safety until the disaster, we're about to read about this disaster report for the dismount, man. And then we're going to have a double dismount into the cities of gold. Best dismount of all time. This is how we do on the drop, my noggin. Love to our Ahmad, Abba, framer, and shaper. We having a victory lap moment. Shalom to the tribe. Hey, for JoiWorld, my noggin. All right, so this was a model of safety, right? Until a disaster occurred in this giant organism called a theme park, flesh pit. The natural hazards of the pit necessitated guests being aware of the nature of the attraction they were descending into. Descending. This brochure, combined with a mandatory 3-minute orientation film shown in the lower visiting center was intended to act as a minimum standard of readiness for inexperienced park guests, park service staff, rangers, and anodyne mining personnel received much more in-depth training as part of their operations within the pit or the organism. Okay. All right. Let's go. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Love to the Exploring series. It's a great drop. It's about 42 minutes long. We'll belly flop it. Love to the family that dropped it on me. I think it was my Aunt Jeff. Could be my Aqua Tracy. You know, all y'all been dropping this drop. I just pull it up, man, and pop up. Hey, man, let's see what they talk about, man. This is pretty creepy stuff. Is it play?
Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, 2007 Disaster Report. What would happen if a massive, immobile, paranormal entity was discovered in the United States? Perhaps the government or some other shadowy organization would come in and try and cover it up somehow. Perhaps the existence of it would lead to widespread panic about the nature of normalcy and our reality. Or perhaps some intrepid entrepreneurs would turn the entity into an attraction.
Bang.
This is the case of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park.
Managa, look at it. This is a living situation, and this might, you keep this secret for a lot of different reasons. You turn it into an attraction, like you've created this hundreds of miles of flesh, like you just created that. Or is this parts of the earth, that hasn't been petrified, like a lot of the petrified wood and forest and stuff like that, it's this, what I mean? Like, the earth is alive, they say, right? Mama's, it's popping off. I mean, what's popping? He gonna say this thing is at least hundreds of thousands of years old. At least hundreds of thousands of years old. Man, okay. All right, my nigga. Okay. You tell me, man. You tell me. Let's pop off.
A fictional theme park based around the titular Flesh Pit, also known as the Permian Basin superorganism, located in western Texas.
Superorganism.
The concept is the world-building brainchild of Trevor Roberts, and it has been expanded on greatly in many ways by many people since its original conception. While it's certainly possible for me to make several videos summarizing various aspects of the park and its organism, in this one I'll just be reading a disaster report that was written in the wake of the most notable accident to have occurred at the park. It should provide a fascinating, albeit dryly written, look at the organism, the park, and what exactly occurred in 2007. United States Commission on Geobiological Resources and Public Safety.
Is this play? You think this is a theme park, Managa? Or is this... Let me get some of my copper water, man, before I go crazy, man. Some of my copper water, man. Is this a superorganism? A superorganism that they turn into an attraction that ended up being a disaster, and they had to close it like Jurassic Park, man. Let's go.
2007 Permian Basin superorganism disaster. Final incident investigation report. Prepared in cooperation with the U.S. Department of the Interior, the National Park Service, and the U.S. Geological Survey. The U.S. Commission on Geobiological Resources and Public Safety, CGR, is an independent federal agency whose...
Dodge the hijack. Don't even trip, man. Don't even trip. We talking dragons.
Safety of workers, the public, and the environment by investigating and preventing accidents relating to the Permian Basin superorganism. The CGR is a scientific investigative organization. It is not an enforcement or regulatory body. Established by the Special Resources Development Act of 1980, the CGR is responsible for determining the root and contributing causes of accidents, issuing safety recommendations, studying geobiological safety issues, and evaluating the effectiveness of other government agencies and private enterprises involved with the Permian Basin superorganism. No part of the conclusions, findings, or recommendations of the CGR relating to any accident may be admitted as evidence or used in any action or suit for damages. See 42 U.S.C. 74126G. The CGR makes public its actions and decisions through investigation reports, summary reports, safety bulletins, safety recommendations, case studies, incident digests, special technical publications, and statistical reviews. Any use of trade, firm, or product names is for descriptive purposes only and does not imply endorsement by the U.S. government. U.S. Commission on Geobiological Resources and Public Safety, Office of Congressional Public and Board Affairs, 2175 K Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20037-1848. 1.0.0 Executive Summary. At 9:41 p.m. CST on July 4, 2007, the Permian Basin Superorganism Natural Preserve, known colloquially as the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, experienced a catastrophic disaster which resulted in over 750 fatalities and over 1,800 major injuries. In the weeks following the incident, approximately 18,000 individuals from the surrounding communities sought medical and psychological treatment for ailments, including breathing problems, chest pains, shortness of breath, nausea, birth defects, hallucinations, depression, anxiety, internal bleeding, sore throat, and headaches as a direct result of contact with gastric ejecta, which had been introduced to the atmosphere. Investigators have concluded that this disaster was chiefly characterized by a premature geobiological consumption event caused by the catastrophic failure of critical park infrastructure to constrain and limit the gastric, motor, and neurological actions of the Permian Basin superorganism. Investigators have concluded that the failure of these critical safety measures are the direct result of negligent practices by the primary site operations contractor, Anodyne Deep Earth Mining, a subsidiary of Anodyne Incorporated. The U.S. Commission on Geobiological Resources and Public Safety released its first report on the Permian Basin superorganism disaster in August 2007, the interim report, which highlighted technical findings and safety system deficiencies. The report issued recommendations to Anodyne Incorporated, the City of Gumption, Texas, the State of Texas, the U.S. Department of the Interior, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, and the U.S. Department of Energy. As of April 2008, these groups have made progress in implementing the recommendations to improve the regulatory requirements for geobiological resource extraction, geobiological resource containment, and general public safety as it relates to the Permian Basin superorganism. 2.1.0 Anodyne Background. Anodyne was originally founded as the Anchor Mineral Company in 1923. In 1958, the Anchor Mineral Company merged with Dynamic Equipment LLC to form a new company known as Anodyne Deep Earth Mining, later changed to Anodyne.
Deep Earth.
Headquartered in Arlington, Texas, and prior to its 2008 restructuring, Anodyne Corporation was the 23rd largest American company by revenue. Globally, Anodyne employed over 28,000 people. It operated 7 major research, development, and production facilities around the world, 6 of which were in the United States. Anodyne filed for bankruptcy in late 2008, but ended its bankruptcy in February 2009, pursuant to a court-approved plan of reorganization. A new board of directors changed the name of Anodyne to the Permian Basin Recovery and Superorganism Containment Corporation, and emphasized reorganizing and liquidating certain operations and assets of the pre-bankruptcy Anodyne. 2.2.0 Permian Basin Superorganism Background. The Permian Basin superorganism, Emanus calaceus, also known by the popular nomenclature of mystery flesh pit, is a subterranean organism unique to modern biology, being the sole occupant of the phylum Emanegma. The organism was discovered by a pilot well drilling crew in 1973. Later efforts were made to expose more of the organism through drilling and surface mining explosives. The superorganism is chiefly characterized by its immense...
So they just found this colossus in the 70s. They just found it, man. And they started blowing stuff up to try to, test it out, expose it, blowing stuff up underground, deep mining and all that stuff, man. This is real spill.
Immense size, which is still a matter of geobiological debate. Surveys suggest that the organism may span many hundreds of miles beneath the Permian Basin horizontally.
Hundreds.
The organism is chiefly characterized by its immense size, which is still a matter of geobiological debate. Surveys suggest that the organism may span many hundreds of miles beneath the Permian Basin horizontally, with scientists speculating that the organism may extend vertically into the upper mantle of the Earth's interior. The complete anatomical layout and internal organization of the organism is unknown. Tissue samples suggest that the organism contains gastrointestinal, vascular, respiratory, musculoskeletal, nervous, limbic, and integumentary systems, with remarkable similarity to mammal life, while also containing a variety of systems which have no direct analog and are not fully understood. The feeding cycle of the organism is poorly understood and believed to occur on a complex and long-term schedule of dormancy and feeding activity. It has been hypothesized that the superorganism derives caloric energy from subterranean hydrocarbon deposits, though the organism has been observed to digest and absorb organic matter. The depth at which the organism extends into the surrounding rock strata indicates that the organism is several 100,000 years old. It is unknown what the natural lifespan of the species is, or if the Permian Basin superorganism represents a mature or developing example of the species. 3.0.0 Incident Timeline. Start of relevant timeline.
Star Trek.
10:29 a.m., July 4th. Unseasonably high rains forced park administrators to cancel a July 4th concert and fireworks display scheduled to take place on the surface park grounds. Many visitors who had already purchased tickets to the event become upset, and a decision is made to extend the park hours until midnight for those who had purchased event tickets. 8.
They got this guy looking like he's going to outer space, right? Anaga, this is outer space, man. This is popping off.
p.m. July 4th. Normal closing time for the national park. A typical shift change of reduced night staff in the control room takes place. 9:16 p.m. July 4th. Harvesting crews working in the western extremities of the organism set a new extraction record to meet a quota for bonuses in time for the holiday weekend. 9:30 p.m. July 4th. Control room operators initiate a routine system self-test and discover a relay fault error resulting from increased electrical demand from mining equipment and tourist infrastructure. A control room operator logs the fault and notifies an on-duty engineer. 9:41 p.m. July 4th. Water drainage from surface rain into the entry orifice begins to collect in the sand gullet. Drainage pumps are automatically activated by a sensor system, but fail to initialize due to the relay fault. An emergency backup pump running on a separate emergency circuit is automatically activated. 9:42 p.m. July 4th. A critical alarm in the control room alerts operators that the emergency water pump has seized and is inoperative. Under lubrication of the pump's impeller bushings resulted in corrosion due to the moist interior of the flesh pit environment. 9:48 p.m., July 4th. Technicians arrive at the primary pump station to discover the sand gullet almost completely submerged. Water begins to pour over the dorsal respiratory ridge and into bronchial bulbules. Control room operators divert power to hydraulic stent rams to brace for expected choke response. 9:51 p.m., July 4th. Technicians repair the relay fault as control staff reset the park's electrical grid. The grid is offline for 45 seconds. The automatic PA system does not notify guests, as the system is scheduled to automatically shut down at the normal 8 p.m. closing time. The temporary lapse of lighting causes many guests to become panicked and return to the main gantry lift at the lower visitor center. 9:52 p.m., July 4th. A choking action from the organism begins 31 seconds into the electrical reset. The main dorsal trunk violently flexes. Lack of power to hydraulic arming rams causes irreparable damage to several sections of internal infrastructure. 9:53 p.m., July 4th. As the electrical system finishes the reboot cycle, the dynamic hydraulic actuators supporting the lower visitor center overcorrect for stability, not accounting for the shift in the wall lining of the nexial cavity in which the visitor center facility is anchored. 2 of the 6 structural supports are torn from their foundations, which causes the facility to list 20 degrees off vertical. The base joint of the vertical entry gantry is bent beyond its design limit angle.
These fools built structure inside of an organism. This thing's choking, it's having a choking reaction, breaking their foundations apart. Managa, they're inside of a beast, right? They're inside of something colossus that's alive. Ain't no play.
9:54 p.m., July 4th. The master alarm is tripped automatically. Surface facilities are notified as response teams are given the order to mobilize. 9:56 p.m., July 4th. Park rangers are dispatched to rescue groups of visitors trapped in partially collapsed tunnels and trails. 10:03 p.m., July 4th. Continued movement of the organism, combined with rainwater, causes one of the upper entry gantry supports to slip. An outbound elevator conducts an emergency stop, stranding over 24 visitors. 10:05 p.m., July 4th. Tremors registered as far away as the DFW Metroplex. 10:06 p.m., July 4th. Soil liquefaction distables surface facilities in and around the organism. Dilation anchors begin retracting to keep the entry orifice open. 10:12 p.m., July 4th. A master failsafe is activated by the automated park management system. 20,000 liters of aconitine compound are injected into the superorganism via distributed network of relay stations located throughout its known internal.
So they know they're in an organism. They're injecting it. They're injecting it with something, man. How much has been injected by this point in this thing? It's ready to have maximum pop-offness, man.
Anatomy. 10:12 p.m., July 4th. Tremors and convulsions intensifies. The entry gantry connection to the lower visitor center detaches completely. The lower visitor center begins to collapse downward into the nexial cavity. 10:12 p.m., July 4th. Peristaltic muscle action of the nexial cavity begins to exert substantial pressure on the outer structure of the lower visitor center facility. 10:15 p.m., July 4th. The prime labiod junction, just west of the Septum Falls geobiological feature, flexes into an open position, releasing a torrent of lactogastric chyma into the dorsal trunk. It is likely that this was a reaction to the aconitine injection. 10:16 p.m., July 4th. Peristaltic spasms force the caustic chyma slurry through the nexial cavity and up through the lower and upper moisture crops toward the surface orifice. 10:16 p.m., July 4th. Many guests attempting to flee the stalled elevator near the entry orifice attempt climbing out the upper moisture crop, but are ultimately unsuccessful due to torrential rains causing the surfaces to become very slippery. Many end up falling back into the maw.
Wow.
10:17 p.m., July 4th. The chyma slurry erupts from the surface orifice in a geyser several hundred meters in height. Large pieces of undigested organic matter crush several vehicles and damage windows. 10:19 p.m., July 4th. Following the several-minute-long ejecta event, a deep and incredible loud roar erupts from the entry orifice as ground tremors intensify further. Large extremities begin surfacing through bedrock and soil, approximately 30 kilometers to 120 kilometers from the entry orifice.
No shit, they had to close this thing down. It's alive. Frankenstein is alive, man. You've been injecting it. It's throwing up. It's roaring. And it's starting to ingest organic matter.
10:25 p.m., July 4th. The acrid smell of the gastric ejecta can be detected as far as Odessa, Texas. 10:26 p.m., July 4th. 2 Park Service vehicles and a tour vehicle containing Park Service employees and several guests attempt to ascend through the entry orifice tube. 10:27 p.m., July 4th. Peristaltic action crushes one of the tour vehicles and sucks the other 2 vehicles back into the nexial cavity and down into a digestive organ.
Jurassic
These
Park?
vehicles are presumed destroyed.
Jurassic Park, anyone? Anyone have Jurassic Park vibes? Vehicles being crushed? This is like a real, like a movie, you know what I'm saying? The visiting center is inside this cavity. They got North Bronchial Forest, South Bronchial. You're literally inside an organism. You dumbasses built structure inside this stuff like this thing's never going to wake up, and then it pops off. Now, where is it today? What's popping? And how many more are there? And is it all happening?
10:58 p.m., July 4th. The Pentagon is given authorization from the White House to use nuclear force, if necessary, to prevent the organism from entering an active and/or ambulatory state. 11:02 p.m., July 4th.
I think they just answered a piece of our question right there. Let's hear this again.
Rock and soil, approximately 30 kilometers to 120 kilometers from the entry orifice. 10:25 p.m., July 4th. The acrid smell of the gastric ejecta can be detected as far as Odessa, Texas.
Wow.
10:26 p.m., July 4th. 2 Park Service vehicles and a tour vehicle containing Park Service employees and several guests attempt to ascend through the entry orifice tube. 10:27 p.m., July 4th. Peristaltic action crushes one of the tour vehicles and sucks the other 2 vehicles back into the nexial cavity and down into a digestive organ. These vehicles are presumed destroyed. 10:58 p.m., July 4th. The Pentagon is given authorization from the White House to use nuclear force.
Is this a movie? Now the Pentagon gets involved. Why have we not heard about this? Maybe this is some old stuff, you know. Maybe everybody heard about this. But then no one's checking for it. This thing's roaring. It's clearly alive. It's clearly all happening. They wanted to prevent it from getting active, right? That's why they've been injecting it. I should lie, man. I'm gonna get my tea. Matter of fact, I'm making my tea right now as I talk to you. Because we popping off, man. So they wanted to inject it before it really popped off. Now, what do you imagine would happen if this thing was fully awake? Would it start to literally fly? You know? Let's go.
If necessary, to prevent the organism from entering an active and/or ambulatory state. 11:02 p.m., July 4th. The on-site operations director within the lower visitor center control room initiates a final fail-safe measure in the form of the contingency measure. 11:02 p.m. July 4th. Master event log records successful spin-up of the contingency measure. 11:05 p.m. July 4th. Lower visitor center structural integrity is critically compromised, resulting in total collapse. 11:05 p.m. July 4th. Data connection with lower visitor center is severed. 11:13 p.m. July 4th. Spasms and motor action of the superorganism begins to noticeably subside. Response teams begin to descend into the surface orifice to attempt rescue operations. 11:19 p.m. July 4th. Response team encounters a visitor group which had attempted escape from stalled elevator. Most are dead. The remainder are mortally wounded and partially digested due to caustic gastric ejecta.
Wow.
11:42 p.m. July 4th. Radio contact established with Ranger vehicle trapped within Oyster's shame. Due to ventricle closure, no feasible rescue strategy can be developed before complete mastication occurs. 11:56 p.m. July 4th. Response team confirms that contingency measure and associated facility are still intact and operating. 11:58 p.m. July 4th. Texas Governor Rick Perry formally declares a state of emergency for Gumption County. 12:22 a.m. July 5th. Response teams route data, power, umbilical to new base camp in contingency measure facility.
So this is all verifiable. You know, he's giving out names. I'll leave the link. You can get the drop if you want to really, get your detective on this thing. But, yeah, my Naga, I mean, there's state of emergencies being declared. You know what I mean? It really appears to be all happening like it's right out the movie. The Pentagon's involved. So there should be a paper trail when you start linking up the exact dates that he was, kicking, and you can verify all this stuff. Except they weren't telling you the full truth of what was popping off. A giant organism was waking up. You know, when they say, the earth is like a sleeping dragon, well, you have organisms that they're dating back hundreds of thousands of years. They don't know, right? How big it is, they don't know. You know what I'm saying? What's going to happen eventually when it does wake up? They don't know. They know they can't destroy it, though. Or else they would have. So, what's going to happen when this big-ass dragon wake up? I mean, what you going to call this? It's ejecting all this gaseous geysers and popping off. They're testing the flesh, and it's like, very mammal-like and all this other. Come on, man. This is it's a big old dragon, man. So, wow. This is mind-blasting, man. This is mind-blasting. It covers the entire national park, hundreds of miles, man. When HaWah wake up and pop off, man, you're going to see why they've been building their bunkers and stuff, but it ain't going to help them, man, because if stuff like this exists, I'm kicking back, man. I'm going to enjoy the show. Let's go.
12:35 a.m. July 5th. 3 interpit life forms are identified as having been ejected onto the surface.
What? Did y'all hear this? It's the coldest dismount of all time. This fool just said 3 life forms get ejected out of this dragon. I mean, call it what it is, man. What else is it? I'm just going to stick with dragon until proven differently, man. You know what I'm saying? What are you going to call it? Mama is Dracan, and so stuff popped out of this. Hear this very closely. Just listen very, closely because this is mind blasted, man. I've never heard about this flesh park, man. Have you? We just surfing. We surfing away.
Declares a state of emergency for Gumption County. 12:22 a.m., July 5th. Response teams route data power umbilical to new base camp in contingency measure facility. 12:35 a.m., July 5th. 3 interpit life forms are identified as having been ejected onto the surface.
Whoa.
15 visitors are injured and 7 are hunted by interpit life forms during...
So, what? You can't, look, man. I know a party who doesn't want to believe it. It's back to the rabbit and the deer, man. You know what I'm saying? Sister Zion Train made some great points, you know. The deer could have been deer meat, you know. I mean, that was a whole other world. He chose to, you know, stay close to, you know, the framing and shaping he was familiar with, but, you know, still have his own pop-offness, you know, and you're going to have to do the same, man. I can only show you the door, you know. It's up to you, you know, to ignore clear geological proof that there's major pop-offness going on. And what side of it are you on? What side of it is it on? I can only imagine that this creature is KTC doing what it's supposed to do. Doing what it's supposed to do. I don't believe the hijack created this thing. I believe it's always, you know, been a part of the situation. And it was put to sleep just like you. And you're popping off, and it is too. So I can only assume that it rocks with you. You, my naga, you know, it's rocking with you. They're injecting it. They're trying to make sure it don't get active. We're like, yo, we already active. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is all happening. The frequency is, you know, making us aware, right? So, let's hear this part again. These life forms jump out this thing, start hunting the people like a movie, right? Let's go.
12:35 a.m., July 5th. 3 interpit life forms are identified as having been ejected onto the surface. 15 visitors are injured and 7 are hunted by interpit life forms during panicked evacuation of surface resort. 12:41 a.m., July 5th. Park staff managed to kill the 3 large life forms. 1:02 a.m., July 5th. National Guard helicopters begin delivering supplies and personnel to aid in site containment. 1:58 a.m., July 5th. Field hospital is constructed to care for wounded visitors and staff. 2:37 a.m., July 5th. Initial damage surveys report...
Yeah, look, I've been staring at these, you know, little futuristic diagrams they keep showing us. I'm just trying to read this fine print. First, I'm just thinking they just putting up stuff, but I'm like, why does it keep showing us these futuristic looking cars? And so just like we saw the astronaut dude, this is what it was. Managa, you think you're looking at some Jetsons type stuff. It says an overall lozenge form factor was necessary to allow the IAV to easily traverse the interior anatomy of the pit. So this is what they were cranking around on the fleshy flesh in the interior anatomy of the organism. They designed these vehicles specifically to navigate the innermost parts of this organism. And they're mining stuff, right? So, you know, they're getting all types of minerals and gold and all kinds of stuff out this organism. By the time they turn it into a national park, the vehicle's power plant, an 8 CYT inline diesel engine, drives the IAV via a complex drivetrain linkage, which allows for full rotation in 3 dimensions. Such flexibility is necessary for navigating the dynamic and challenging internal anatomy of the mystery flesh pit. Low-profile entry doors swing forward and out to prevent trapping occupants in the event that the IAV is crushed from above and below by peristaltic action or all that choking. So, man, this is designed so that when this thing wakes up, they don't get crushed. So these bars and man, look, hey man, is this play? Is this some movie, some fictional situation, or was there a state of emergency in Texas? How come you never heard of this? They driving around on the flesh of an organism, and we in the cities gang banging. Like what? This is deeper than gang banging, my nigga. Just time out for a minute. What the hell? Can we all just have a collective blue, purple, red moment? What the hell? Just time out all the violence. Just time out all the hatred. Everybody hate everybody. Just time out. We just have a collective moment of silence for all the people that died in this thing because they turned it into a national attraction and we never heard about it. They're on some space age Jetson astronauts pop offness inside of a giant flesh pit, man. All right, we just had to all come together right quick to have a what the hell moment. What the easy, you know what I'm saying? And for real, what the hell?
Report catastrophic destruction of internal park infrastructure. Pit geobiology has dramatically changed in hazard level. 3 a.m., July 5th. Emergency teleconference of Anodyne Executive Leadership. National Parks Director and Secretary of the Interior are present. 3:12 a.m., July 5th. Executive decision is made to initiate FEMA response and assemble a task force for containing superorganism.
FEMA.
4 a.m., July 5th. Media helicopters and vehicles begin to report on the scope of disaster. 4:39 a.m., July 5th. Base camp technicians begin to spin down contingency measure. Large fractures due to inertial stress have appeared on mineral components. Engineers advise against reinitializing contingency measure until mineral components can be replaced or repaired. 6:08 a.m., July 5th. Ground personnel begin assembling a pump system to inject industrial sedatives into the superorganism. Transport trucks containing industrial sedative arrive. 9:45 a.m., July 5th. Emergency teleconference of Anodyne shareholders. 11:20 a.m., July 5th. Several injured visitors inexplicably leave field hospital and begin walking towards open pit orifice. Approximately 38 individuals are able to crawl back into the orifice over the course of 8 hours. None are recovered. 3:51 p.m., July 5th.
What?
Radio transmission.
What? Y'all hear this? So they're in the hospital or whatever, and they leave and go to, like they're being called somewhere. Man, this is crazier than any Stanley Kubrick or, you know what I'm saying? Is this a movie? Can y'all tell me if they made a movie out of this, man, other than Jurassic Park? What happened to these, was it 38 people?
Injured visitors inexplicably leave field hospital and begin walking superorganism. Transport trucks containing industrial sedative arrive. 9:45 a.m., July 5th. Emergency teleconference of Anodyne shareholders. 11:20 a.m., July 5th. Several injured visitors inexplicably leave field hospital and begin walking towards open pit orifice. Approximately 38 individuals are able to crawl back into the orifice over the
So they just start walking back into the pit.
Course of 8 hours. None are recovered. 3:51 p.m., July 5th. Radio transmission from trapped ranger vehicles ceases. Many speculate that other small groups of visitors and staff are still trapped. End of relevant timeline.
Man, this is the craziest damn thing I done ever heard, man. What? Hey, if this is sci-fi, man, this is a cold mamma jamma, but it's just too much drop in it, man, for it not to be real spill. What are we witnessing?
0.0 Final Investigation Report. The following Final Investigation Report addresses additional investigation findings not covered in the previous report, including analysis of the anodyne organization, emergency response and safety culture, industry disaster response standards, structural integrity standards, and effective performance of mystic contingency measures. 4.1.0 Technical Findings. This report highlights the following technical findings. An in-depth discussion appears in the interim report. 4.
Managa, this is a mystery flesh pit in Texas, right? What they say, West Texas. And you see how they do the diagram, they got the little shit set up around it, you know what I mean? And look at it, man. Inside is like an organism. It's an organ. I mean, it's like organs. And they're not these crazy these crazy folk, because they're mining for gold and they're finding who knows. And they build structures inside this thing, turn it into a theme park. And then when it starts eating them, then they shut down the park. Permian Basin, West Texas. What? It said it is an uncomparable realm of gigantic anatomical formations and extraordinary introspective voyages deep into the soul of those who venture within. So it just said that the people that got injured woke up out their little hospital beds and just walked back into the pit and were never seen again. So something about that injury connected them telepathically or whatever to this organism, had mind control over them, and brought their ass back to it. That's some very high-tech situation. That's not like some dumbass organism. This is very intelligent, super ET type of thing, right? Except it's indigenous, right? This is indigenous, right? So what are we witnessing, my not? Incomparable realm. I mean, imagine the frequency around this organism. You know what I'm saying? Imagine the frequency. They probably having all type of psychedelic experiences and all kinds of stuff. And this is crack. Let's get a couple more minutes, and then we're going to get a night. Man, I wasn't even expecting. You know what I mean? I knew about it, and I'm still blown away. So I know some of y'all is mind blasted. A mystery flesh pit in West Texas.
4.1.1 The electrical distribution scheme for the interior operations of the Permian Basin Superorganism Nature Preserve was modeled on a typical supply-load grid layout often found in mines, with power provided by a gas-fired plant.
I'm just looking at this piece. I gotta, this is, gotta take a picture of this, man. Gotta take a picture of this, man. This is great. Y'all probably blown away right now, man. I feel you, man. What is you dropping now? It's not my fault, man. You gotta talk to Ak Jeff for this one, man. What? What? You know what I'm saying? Like, you never think something like this is underneath you, right? Don't this make you start thinking what's underneath you now that you see that this stuff is alive? And, maybe Maybe not everything underneath you is just dirt, right?
And located within the surface support compound. Unlike typical mining power distribution networks, the power load was split with the facilities involved in the tourism and natural preservation operations within the organism. This split demand yielded a load fluctuating from 33 kilovolts to 60 kilovolts, depending on a range of factors from resource extraction output, visitor throughput, hydrostatic and barometric fluctuations within the organism, and the ambient blood pressure of the organism. This unorthodox load distribution scheme required careful demand oversight and was subject to failure if operated outside of design load specifications. Such a failure occurred on July 4, 2007, when operators increased electrical demand beyond design load specifications by both extending resource extraction operations while simultaneously increasing visitor throughput loads on trail infrastructures. 4.1.2 Hydrochloric corrosion is common in geobiological resource extraction, where naturally occurring hydrochloric compounds react with steel equipment. Process variables that affect corrosion rates include the total hydrochloric content of the enzyme secretions, flow conditions, application of TUMS industrial organic corrosion inhibitor solve, and the system temperature and humidity. Virtually all geobiological operations equipment is subject to this type of corrosion and requires routine inspections and preventative maintenance to ensure that metallic and non-metallic corrosion-prone surfaces are operating at design strength. The investigation has concluded that the corrosion found within the primary impeller bushings within the emergency drainage pumps was caused by hydrochloric corrosion due to poor maintenance. 4.1.3 Foundations and other anchor support structures within the Permian Basin superorganism are critical components of park infrastructure, which require careful planning and construction oversight. Under nominal conditions, anchor sites are selected by engineers to meet design load specifications, with consultation from bacteriobiologists for minimum anatomical disturbance.
And what would be the anchor site? You're talking about bones, what I mean? Like, bone cavity, all that stuff. So, you got the flesh, but they got to anchor in on some type of muscle or some type of bone situation. Man, wait till this thing pop off.
Rigid geobiological strata, such as bone and dense cartilage, are most often selected for load-bearing anchor points for their relative stability and similarity to conventional load-bearing strata, such as rock. However, many locations within the Permian Basin superorganism are primarily characterized by dense compositions of soft tissues, requiring novel anchoring solutions. Several anchors within the primary entry tube utilize a cleat-based stent system, which engages the entry tube muscle walls. These forces are equalized by the use of circular retention trusses, which, when combined with vibration-dampening actuators, form a rigid support assembly, upon which fixed components such as the entry gantry may be affixed. Peristaltic action of a muscle tube has the potential to rotate a circular cleat stent frame by up to 90 degrees, eliminating the retaining capabilities of the frame. It is for this reason that design specification standards call for the installation of either rigid or tensile support members between consecutive retaining frames. In cases such as within the entry tube, tensile cables were selected to provide this support. These cables are subject to corrosion and must be routinely inspected in order to ensure that they meet minimum design load specifications. The investigation has concluded that the cables installed on the entry tube retaining frame system were improperly maintained and failed due to corrosive weakening of the cable members.
And just pay attention, because this is not play. You see the bronchial, this, and these organs, muscular organs, whatever cavities they got, nectal cavities. Anaga, what is this? You know what I'm saying? This is where they put the visiting center, right up in this. This the entry tube. This is how they get down into this tube, right? Whoa! This is because it's super high tech. It's like way too high tech just to be sitting there in West Texas. So it's like you're equally mind blasted by the fact that this is a giant organism, and then you got this high tech super technology popping off at the same time. And you're like, wait a minute, like, what year is this? Y'all talking about getting to the moon. And you got this Jetson-like situation. You got this visiting center. Look at this thing. Suspended in the neck bone in some type of tube situation. Look at this thing. This is like some type of futuristic design. Man, this is happening right now in West Texas, man. This is a disaster report from 2007. 2007, man. 14, 15 years ago, man. Look at this stuff, man. So then this whole thing collapsed. So they were all cozy in it. And then this thing started waking up. So all this black is the flesh, my naga. They're just posted inside. Man, just think about this, man. They're inside, like Jonah in the well. And you're like, how did you get in the well, Jonah? You got swallowed up. They purposely go inside. They purposely go inside of the well. Right? They purposely go inside of the dragon. Then the gases start popping off. Look at this. Turn this thing sideways, choked it up. They couldn't, ain't no passage no more. Now you can't get in. This is like a movie, a movie of movies, man. If I ever heard of a movie, this would be a movie, man. So all this that's open is now collapsed, man.
4.1.4. The use of a previously untested contingency measure by operators, while not the primary inciting incident of the disaster, is a prime contributor to the outstanding collateral damage. A network of sensor stations embedded throughout the Permian Basin superorganism had acted as a distributed sensory system, intended by park planners to provide a method for observing large-scale changes to the organism's condition. As an experimental contingency measure, each station was outfitted with a mechanism capable of injecting up to 15 liters of a concentrated aconitine solution. Aconitine is commonly used as an acute toxin for large mammals, such as whales, and was chosen for its theoretical effectiveness on key muscle groups within the organism.
Can we say whales?
Park planners were under the assumption that a rapid injection of large volumes of aconitine would act as a sedative agent, without inducing tissue death beyond the immediate injection sites. The investigation has concluded that this injection failsafe was directly responsible for escalating the motor response of the organism to levels beyond the design load strength of critical park infrastructure. The investigation has also concluded that the aconitine injection failsafe was directly responsible for causing the toxic shock response within the organism, which resulted in a gastric ejecta event. 4.1.5. The contingency measure is hypothesized to function by utilizing a series of standing harmonic and ultrasonic wavelengths which have been observed to affect the overall behavior of the Permian Basin superorganism. These waves are created by applying a 15 megahertz mechanical percussion to the face of an excavated large quartz crystal, also...
Whoa. Whoa. Frequency effects, frequency. So their main way of keeping this thing asleep has been controlling it through frequency, and they're using a giant quartz crystal to do it. I can't make this stuff up. They're controlling this thing, keeping it asleep with frequency, same way they're controlling us with frequency, with all these towers and stuff, all over the place, and you know what I'm saying, all this stuff, man. It's the same thing. We're being bombarded by it. We're fighting it through Hijack City. Anaga, we're the chosen ones. We chose to be here for this moment, this awakening. And you're living on top of dragons, and only a hijack tries to build a structure within a structure.
also known as mystic artifacts number 15, number 21, and number 22. Once struck, the unique properties of the relic propagate the wave outward and into the surrounding anatomy of the Permian Basin organism. When placed upon a rapidly rotating turntable, the effect can be multiplied and oriented, allowing a high degree of theoretical influence over the organism. This contingency measure was activated only once and demonstrated the potential application this technology may have in future containment. Rapidly rotating turntable, the effect of an excavated large quartz crystal, also known as mystic, for causing the toxic shock response within the organism, which resulted in a gastric ejecta event. 4.1.5. The contingency measure is hypothesized to function by utilizing a series of standing harmonic and ultrasonic wavelengths, which have been observed to affect the overall behavior of the Permian Basin for causing the toxic shock response within
to affect behavior, right? So this frequency is being shot out to affect behavior. What are they doing to us with frequency to affect our behavior? Gotta keep the code to get into your frequency to break their spell.
Within the organism, which resulted in a gastric ejecta event. 4.1.5. The contingency measure is hypothesized to function by utilizing a series of standing harmonic and ultrasonic wavelengths, which have been observed to affect the overall behavior of the Permian Basin superorganism. These waves are created by applying a 15 megahertz mechanical percussion to the face of an excavated large quartz crystal, also known as mystic artifacts number 15, number 21, and number 22. Once struck, the unique properties of the relic propagate the wave outward and into the surrounding anatomy of the Permian Basin organism.
So this is like witchcraft because they said this is mystic, right? So just like all this, this is like, this is super high tech and it's super, it's supersized. It's a supersized, super high tech situation going on here. This is the supersized, man. They're using technology. They're using witchcraft, or they're using the frequency against us. They're using necromancy. They call it a relic, right? A relic. Let's go.
Superorganism. These waves are created by applying a 15 megahertz mechanical percussion to the face of an excavated large quartz crystal, also known as mystic artifacts number 15, number 21, and number 22. Once struck, the unique properties of the relic propagate the wave outward and into the surrounding anatomy of the Permian Basin organism. When placed upon a rapidly rotating turntable, the effect can be multiplied and oriented, allowing a high degree of theoretical influence over the organism. This contingency measure was activated only once and demonstrated the potential application this technology may have in future containment measures. However, at the time of this investigation, no additional relics have been located intact. Without this key assembly component, the CGR does not recommend additional experimental uses of the contingency measure. 4.2.0 Organizational Findings. 4.2.1 Anodyne did not effectively implement internal recommendations to help prevent structural failures to hydrochloric.
It's just play. So when they're talking about the crystal and being put on the turntable, this looks like some space age stuff. This don't even look like NASA or SpaceX, right? This looks like space age, alien, whatever you want to call it, right? This looks like super high tech, super futuristic, right? Who designed this? Don't tell me this hijack designed all this stuff, man. These relics and all this, man. Don't tell me they came over here, crawled their way over here, and then popped off crystallized relics to control these organisms, man. Come on, man. Look at this. This is one of the mystic artifacts, such and such, figure 4.1.5, man.
Hydrochloric corrosion. In the 8 years prior to the incident,
And you know they're blacking stuff out for a reason. Come on, man.
a small number of anodyne personnel with knowledge and understanding of material biology recommended on several occasions either a one-time inspection of every component within the primary interpark infrastructure system, known as a 100% component inspection, or an upgrade of the material of construction of these key infrastructure components. The recommendations were not implemented effectively, and many key structural and mechanical components remained in service until failure on July 4, 2007. 4.2.2. Anodyne failed to perform internally recommended 100% component inspections. Anodyne metallurgists released a formal report dated September 30th, 2004, nearly 3 years before the incident, titled Updated Inspection Strategies for Preventing Hydrochloric Corrosion Failures in Critical Systems. The investigation has concluded that these recommendations were not properly implemented. 4.2.3. The CGR identified several contributing causes of the July 5, 2007 incident relating to the safety culture at Anodyne. 1. Decision-making that encourages continued operation of tourism and resource extraction operations despite hazardous working conditions. 2. Reluctance among employees to use their stop work authority. Recent safety culture surveys performed within resource extraction sites indicate that employees had become less willing to use their stop work authority between 2003 and 2006. And 3. Substandard equipment maintenance practices. Those same surveys indicate that Anodyne employees saw increased problems in how the internal operations infrastructure maintained its equipment between 2003 and 2006. 4.2.4. Anodyne did not effectively identify in the incident command structure the damage mechanisms that could have caused the failures on the night of the incident. The OSHA Hazardous Operations and Emergency Response Standard states that the incident commander shall identify to the extent possible all hazardous conditions present in an emergency response situation. However, the appropriate technical expertise necessary for identification was not effectively consulted in the incident command structure on July 5, 2007. This lack of knowledge of all potential causes of the incident led the incident commander to direct emergency responders to take actions that may have ultimately exacerbated the hazard condition and put many Park Service personnel, Anodyne personnel, as well as civilian visitors in harm's way. It also led the incident commander to limit the hazard zone to a small area that did not consider the possibility of a gastric ejecta event. When the gastric ejecta event occurred, personnel and emergency equipment positioned in the safe zone were engulfed in the volume of caustic ejecta. 5.1.0. Incident Conclusions. 5.1.1. The CGR found that the failure of this incident is indicative of a fragmented hazard management approach that placed the responsibility to implement safety recommendations on stakeholders, which stood to benefit from decreased oversight while also incurring financial loss for any safety oversight restrictions placed. Consequences of this cultural attitude surrounding the tourism and resource extraction operations within the Permian Basin superorganism led to the severe underestimation of the capabilities of the organism as well as the capabilities of the systems designed to limit the hazards posed by the organism. 5.1.2. The use of concentrated aconitine without prior study or approval as a failsafe directly triggered a reactionary response from the organism, which...
Naga, this is a dragon popping off, man. What else we calling this stuff, man? You see this, man? In West Texas?
led to the deaths of over 750 individuals. 5.1.3. The use of the contingency measure, while effective at pacifying the organism, was similarly employed without prior substantial testing or approval. This lack of communication from Anodyne regarding the specifics, theory of operation, and even existence of the artifacts.
All right, so clearly this ain't no play, right? This is what they build to, get all these injections and sedate this dragon, you know what I'm saying? You wouldn't even know this is happening. You drive right by this. Oh, Permian Basin. Yeah. Oh, okay. Superorganism Containment Corporation. We're containing a superorganism. Hey, can we say free Phineas, man? Free Phineas, man. We ain't done talking about Phineas. We will be back, making sure we continue searching for the big homie Phineas, man. You know what I mean? Because would Phineas be hiding in plain sight? You know? Would they be trying to contain Phineas? Would Phineas be a superorganism? Oh, man, I don't know, man. Let's go, man. Let's get it. We might as well take it on home. Let's get it. It's too real, too true.
Which are essential components within the contingency measure, directly led to the unsafe, high RPM operation which fractured the mineral components of the contingency measure. 5.2.0 General Recommendations. 5.2.1 The CGR, with full support from the U.S. Department of the Interior, the U.S. Geological Survey, and the National Park Service, has made the discretionary recommendation to not pursue additional commercial development within or adjacent to the boundaries of the Permian Basin superorganism.
Oh, really?
5.2.2 In the interest of continuing the present containment operations while also ensuring readiness in the event of a future geobiological action event, the CGR has developed a comprehensive program of monitoring and containment. This program is divided into a series of objectives intended to better mitigate the hazard presented by the existence of the Permian Basin superorganism. 5.2.3 Improve the communication of geobiological hazard science for use in decision and policy making. 1. Support the use of geobiological hazard science in risk reduction with engineering, environmental science, spiritual, and social sciences. 2. Improve understanding among venteriobiologists, engineers, and others of numerical simulation of organism ground activity as opposed to the use of empirical ground motion prediction equations. 3. Improve understanding of the benefits of early warning systems. 4.
We got to get that piece again because they're talking about empirical, ground movement. So are they saying kind of like to predict earthquakes, right? Because they keep talking about tectonic plates. And to one of my nuggets, he said, ain't no tectonic plates. Like everything's alive. You know what I'm saying? So you're just, these shifts and these, all this movement you're feeling is the earth. You know what I'm saying? It's alive. It's alive. Whoa. Listen real close, my nigga.
Science for use in decision and policy making. 1. Support the use of geobiological hazard science in risk reduction with engineering, environmental science, spiritual, and social sciences. 2. Improve understanding among venteriobiologists, engineers, and others of numerical simulation of organism ground activity as opposed to the use of empirical ground motion prediction equations.
They call it organism ground activity. What does organism ground activity have to do with earthquakes? What does organism ground activity have to do with earthquakes? And have you ever heard of spiritual science? This kind of sounds like spirit science, right? Why would you have to incorporate spiritual science in this equation? Because, man, you better go back to that. You better go back into that Bible, man, and see how this connects to these leviathans and behemoths and hey, mudflops will take the wheel, man.
In risk reduction with engineering, environmental science, spiritual, and social sciences.
Spiritual science.
2. Improve understanding among bacteriobiologists, engineers, and others of numerical simulation of organism ground activity as opposed to the use of empirical ground motion prediction equations. 3. Improve understanding of the benefits of early warning systems. 4. Educate about organism movement patterns and operational activity forecasts. 5.2.4. Advance basic knowledge of geobiological action event hazards and inform actions to reduce the risk of the organism becoming non-dormant. 1. Develop a new method to estimate stimulus response outcomes in interaction with the Permian Basin superorganism without reliance on expert opinion, proprietary computer models, or wholly mystic ritual methods without demonstrated patterns of reliability.
Holy mystic ritual methods. They're talking about organism ground movements. You know what I'm saying? Now you're talking about mystic methods of what? Necromancy, right? Controlling this dragon through witchcraft. One more
2.
time.
And operational activity forecasts. 5.2.4. Advance basic knowledge of geobiological action event hazards and inform actions to reduce the risk of the organism becoming non-dormant. 1. Develop a new method to estimate stimulus response outcomes in interaction with the Permian Basin superorganism without reliance on expert opinion, proprietary computer models, or wholly mystic ritual methods without demonstrated patterns of reliability. 2. Educate and facilitate local containment capabilities to deal with fauna and other life forms which are native to the organism's interior anatomy. 3. Develop methods for production and administration of appropriate sedative measures to chemically induce a comatose state of inactivity in the organism. And operational activity forecasts. 5.2.4. Advance basic knowledge of geobiological action event hazards and inform actions to reduce the risk of the organism becoming non-dormant. 1. Develop a new method to estimate stimulus response outcomes in interaction with the Permian Basin superorganism without reliance on expert opinion, proprietary computer models, or wholly mystic ritual methods without demonstrated patterns of reliability.
So they don't mind using the mystic holy methods as long as it demonstrates a pattern of reliability. Got it.
2. Educate and facilitate local containment capabilities to deal with fauna and other life forms which are native to the organism's interior anatomy. 3.
Fauna and other life forms, so they have to contain them too. It's not so much about containing the fauna, but them other life forms, the same ones that was hunting down them people. This thing has life forms in it, man. Okay? That's kind of crazy. They hunt you. That's kind of crazy, right? That's pretty crazy, right? Have you ever heard of an organism like this that has hunters inside of it that they have to contain? So they got a surface containment facility. Look at this. Is it play? Organic acid, tissue extraction, bone, respiratory system, bulbulase, gastric system, dermal tissues, come on, man. Have you ever heard of all this rah, excitement, super technology, futuristic Jetson shit popping off inside of an organism that they need such containment? And they're blasting it with all these sedatives to keep it docile and sleep. Can you imagine if this pops off? This is bigger than, we're talking about Yellowstone. Can you imagine if this pops off? When this pops off? Dracan Kong.
Develop methods for production and administration of appropriate sedative measures to chemically induce a comatose state of inactivity in the organism. 4. Where it is absolutely necessary for personnel to descend into the organism, develop methods to reduce the possibility of individuals becoming trapped. 5. Establish a perimeter area surrounding the incident site to protect the health and safety of the public from additional fauna incursions or ejecta events. 5.3.0 Containment Recommendations. 5.3.1 A thorough plan for containment of the organism has been devised by a joint containment task force comprised of geobiologists, bacteriobiologists, seismologists, medical experts, engineers from various disciplines, land management specialists, ecclesiastical personnel.
What? Ecclesiastical personnel? They need the prayers from the Pope? Managa, they are working hard to contain and keep this thing asleep. Forget about the public attraction national park crap, man. They are scared to death that this is gonna wake up. And if they try to destroy it, it's gonna probably wake up super fast, right? So they're like, well, we're just gonna have to try to keep it asleep for as long as we can. Hey, this is cray for the dismount.
As well as representatives from private industry. This proposed containment procedure integrates a variety of strategies intended to prolong the dormancy of the Permian Basin superorganism,
Right.
while simultaneously reducing the likelihood of a future geobiological action event. The task force has recommended the establishment of a 3-kilometer restricted access zone surrounding the entry orifice, defined by a reinforced and patrolled barrier. Signs and other warning devices should be installed to clearly inform the public of the hazards presented by the containment operations and the superorganism itself. Where possible, the task force has recommended that any material necessary for the containment operations be produced on site so as to minimize logistic dependency on remote facilities. The recommended multi-strategy containment plan is outlined as follows. 1. All efforts should be made to maintain a steady introduction of high-potency anesthetic to the uppermost dermal anatomy of the organism. This is the foremost measure for reducing the capability of the superorganism to sense and perceive human activity.
Whoa.
2. At a similar volume to high-potency anesthetics, organism.
This is mind blasting. So they're purposely hitting it specifically so it doesn't sense human activity. Because what if it did? What if it did? So they know this is aware. It's not just some dead flesh exhibition. Or they know it's alive, so they're keeping it asleep and they're saying, hey, come visit it while it sleeps. And your dumb ass got to be like, well, I hope it don't wake up. Let's go inside of a dragon. Because when a naga go naga.
This is the foremost measure for reducing the capability of the superorganism to sense and perceive human activity. 2. At a similar volume to high-potency anesthetics, the introduction of inorganic phosphates directly into the muscles of the superorganism is an essential strategy designed to delay and fatigue the motor response of the organism. 3. Where possible, the introduction of acidic compounds into bone structures will further weaken the overall response capability of the superorganism in the event that other containment precautions fail. Special care should be taken to ensure that primary structural members of the organism's skeletal system are not weakened, however, as such a measure could potentially damage critical infrastructure. Note: as of revision 18.3 of this document, the Permian Basin Recovery and Superorganism Containment Corporation has been granted a temporary permit for the continued extraction of bone material and amniotic fluid ballast for research and limited commercial purposes. 4. The task force has recommended measures which would induce a state of mild hypoxia in the superorganism through the replacement of oxygen-rich air with carbon dioxide-rich air within the respiratory systems of the organism. In addition, by venting plant exhaust from the surface containment facility directly into the organism, this plan remains in compliance with standing EPA regulations on emissions within natural preserves. 5. The extraction of nutrient-rich material from within the superorganism's gastric systems is an additional preventative step recommended by the task force to weaken the response capability of the organism. In order to prevent a hunger response, the task force has recommended displacing the volume of nutrient-rich material with that of an inert material, such as gravel or rock. Note, as of revision 2.5 of this document, materials and objects harvested from the...
So they're feeding it rock. They're feeding it carbon dioxide. I mean, they are popping off. These aren't, first you thought it was just some goofy people that put up signs and said, hey, mystery flesh part, come and see, $5. This is super high tech. Look at how deep it goes. I mean, just look at it, you know what I'm saying, Shalot? Just look at the flow. Pay attention to it, man. How can you imagine the cost of this thing? Can you imagine the cost? And how many lives has it, already claimed? Just still in a sleep, it's still just, it's deadly while it sleeps, man. You know what I'm saying? But what's the future looking like, Managa, in West Texas?
From the retrocognitive material gestation organs, aka gift gardens, will continue at a greatly reduced capacity for the exclusive purpose of research. All such objects shall be stored in a designated and secure off-site facility. 6.0.0 Conclusion. The CGR concludes its recommendations and report with broad advocacy for any such programs which aim to better prepare physical as well as social and spiritual infrastructure for the inevitability of the Permian Basin superorganism emerging from dormancy and becoming completely active and ambulatory. The measures and methods described within these recommendations are temporary in their effectiveness, while representing the fullest extent of human capability to impact the Permian Basin superorganism. Future studies and capabilities may yield a greater degree of readiness in matters concerning the survivability of a societal encounter with an active and ambulatory Imanis Calassius, but is unrealistic to believe that mankind will be able to seriously damage or eliminate such an organism.
They just told you the maximum pop-offness future of this situation. That they will not be able to do anything once this thing pops off. HaWah, HaWah is all we can say. Who's this thing rocking with? It can't be rocking with them after all this hijack. So, looks like it's wide open, for another homie, This is clearly something that is creator, creator born, you know what I'm saying? So, what's the purpose of this? Why would the creator put such a magnificent organism? I mean, back to the mud fossils, love to, Roger, you know what I'm saying? Because you see what's popping, like, you can still see the tissues in them things. And now you see something that is much less petrified, you know what I mean? For the dismount.
Inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere, within the U.S. and abroad, must come to understand the losses each and every one of us will face and how those impacts will harm the quality of life we enjoy in this unique part of the world. For the inevitability of the Permian Basin superorganism emerging from dormancy and becoming
inevitable, they're saying. It's going to happen. This is a whole nother take on things. They're saying it is inevitable that it's going to reach maximum pop-offness.
Cognitive material gestation organs, aka gift gardens, will continue at a greatly reduced capacity for the exclusive purpose of research. All such objects shall be stored in a designated and secure off-site facility.
Gift gardens.
6.0.0 Conclusion. The CGR concludes its recommendations and report with broad advocacy for any such programs which aim to better prepare physical, as well as social and spiritual infrastructure for the inevitability of the Permian Basin superorganism emerging from dormancy and becoming completely active and ambulatory.
Spiritual.
The measures and methods described within these recommendations are temporary in their effectiveness, while representing the fullest extent of human capability to impact the Permian Basin superorganism.
They're temporary, but we're doing the best we can to keep this thing asleep. What happens when it pops off?
Future studies and capabilities may yield a greater degree of readiness in matters concerning the survivability of a societal encounter with an active and ambulatory Imanis Colassius, but is unrealistic to believe that mankind will be able to seriously damage or eliminate such an organism.
Hey, we got no chance, man, if this thing pops off. But if we can extend it, we can extend our heaven a little longer. We can extend our white heaven a little longer. But it's going to remember what we've done to it.
Inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere, within the U.S. and abroad, must come to understand the losses each and every one of us will face and how those impacts will harm the quality of life we enjoy in this unique part of the world. End of document.
He said, in this unique part of the world, this thing's going to destroy, reroute your whole entire wire. Hey, this dude's reading out this disaster report, 2007 Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. And my naga, I can't make this stuff up, man. I can't make this stuff up. Yeah, man. First Baruch chapter 4. This is the book of the commandments of HaWah and the Torah that endures forever, and they that keep it shall come to life, but shall, as leave it, shall die. Turn you, O Jacob, and take hold of it, walk in the presence of the light thereof, that you may be illuminated. Keep not your honor to another, nor to the things that are profitable unto you to a strange nation. Give not your honor to another, nor the things that are profitable unto you to a strange nation. Stop giving yourself away. Stop being a harlot. O Israel, happy are we, for things that are pleasing to HaWah are made known unto us. Be of good cheer, my people. The memorial of HaWah, the memorial of Israel. You were sold to the nations, not for your destruction. Ain't no organism about to destroy you, man. Let their fear be their fear. For you, you're reaching maximum pop-offness, man. We are reaching maximum pop-offness, man. But because you moved HaWah to wrath, you were delivered unto your enemies. Now they're walking around in the organs of the big homie, right? Because he was put to sleep like you. For you provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils and not to HaWah. You have forgotten the everlasting HaWah that brought you up, and you have grieved Jerusalem that nursed you. For when she saw the wrath of HaWah coming upon you, she said, Hearken, O you that dwell about Zion, HaWah has brought upon me great mourning. This is Jerusalem speaking. This is Mama speaking. For I saw the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the everlasting HaWah brought upon them. So, Mama nourishes with joy. With joy did I nourish them, but sent them away with weeping and mourning. Let no man rejoice over me, a widow and forsaken of many, who for the sins of my children am left desolate. Mama was desolate, put to sleep. Now things are popping off again. Things are waking up again. Because they departed from the Torah, from the code, whatnot. They knew not his statutes, nor walked in the ways of his commandments, nor trod in the path of discipline in his righteousness. Out of code, the world's a different place. In code, it's a different place. But what world do you exist in? And what are these pilots, these aviators, doing around here, man? Searching for the cities of much gold and spices. The real Japan, the real Chan, the real Khan. Dragons everywhere. Oh boy, this would be a national park now, right? The sleeping dragon would be a national park now, right? Cities of gold, man. We're talking HaWah, we're talking Japan, we're talking HaWah. Yeah, we're talking HaWah. That means we're talking Tao. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, fair use in your caboose bowl, man. Copyright all up on you, man. Matter of fact, man, make sure you see it, man. Make sure you see the real deal, man. Hey man, copyright, fair use 107, yada yada. We're making a triple, trifecta dismount. Get a few minutes of this Cities of Gold for the fun of it, man. This has been like a Presta hour meets crazy hour, mystery flesh pit hour. I mean, it's been crazy, man. But yeah, you see it, man. 107, Copyright Act 1976. Allowances made for fair use, criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, recon. Fair use, man. All right, fair use, man. Okay. Man, we was popping off in that 47. We got to get some more of that. Natural by law. Let us know. We're talking Moo. So we got to be talking cities of gold. And where's Moo? Where's Moo Kapangu? These are the questions we got. Remember what they said here. In 1982 to 1983, French-Japanese animated series The Mysterious Cities of Gold. Tao is the last living descendant of the sunken empire of Mu or HaWah. Or we're just talking the original Japan. Let's go for the trifecta dismount. Oh man, we're getting so much drop in the victory lap, my noggin. We're doing it. It's one try, one vibe. I don't know where y'all want to belly fly, for a few minutes for the trifecta dismount in the Mysterious Cities of Gold, 1982 original version, man. Love to Freddie B, who hit us with some great DVDs, man, as a backup, making sure that we always had it, so we won't have to depend on the internet. Where y'all want to belly flop to, man? I'm thinking maybe like episode 9 or something, man. What y'all think? When the belly flopping at 9? Let's get it. Man, we've been surfing the wave, huh? We've been 4 hours straight, man. My noggins, man. Only the wave, man. Where can you get it like this? Let's go. All right. Hijack City is active, man. All right, man, don't look into the light, man. Don't let them hypnotize you, man. I'll let you know when it starts. Don't let them get you, man. Next time I'll have this loaded up. Now that I know they're trying to get us. Come on, man. Hijack City. They're gonna make me have to play a little KTC or something while this loads up, man. You know how we do. Put a power first, we never lose. Hey, love the Five Eyes Mob, man. The Tribe Up Music Ambassador, man. Making sure we doing it for the real Nagas, man. For the real Nagas, man. You know what I mean? And it's been, one of them things for us that, it's an honor to pop off KTC for the tribe. You know what I'm saying? For the tribe, you know what I mean? To your feet, we be dripped and gold. KTC, that means keep the cold. KFC, we do that no more. Cherokee, like the days of old. Vaccinate, we just tell them no. We the copper con original. Press the job, he been here before. Hosea 3, we already know. Grand Canyon, they be hiding acres. Killing purple like my favorite Laker. KTC, that mean keep the cold. Rest in peace, Kobe, he the go. Mama with them wings, that's a dragon. Used to bell up with my pants sagging. Now we redefining high fashion. Got that glow for whoever's asking. Chicken mango on your favorite corner. Need that work, we your favorite donor. Mim sauce to your front door. Make them holler, we don't want no more. Dropping up is our only option. For the con, we gon' get it poppin'. KTC, that mean keep the cold. Cold, keep us here from head to toe. Last chance is you friend or foe. Cause we hijack free, we'll sink your bones. Sunni complex rapping how we cool. Esteban Nico shook, these niggas shoot. KTC, you know how we do. Put our power first, we'll never lose. Purple tears of joy, I love you. Purple crying cause red loves blue. And I put it on the AI. MHOE taking off. Yeah, we dripping in that Mim sauce. We paid the cost, now we beat the ball. Tribal music, we just let them know. KTC, that means keep the cold. Tribal mafia, they going stupid. Getting smarter cause the drop is fluid. Fire starter just to light it up. The coops they died trying to trap them up. Slid that treaty through the back door. Peace and friendship made it more and more. Grab my shield, wouldn't hesitate. While they argue heritage or hate. USA, call it Hijack City. PSA, you ain't fucking with me. OG Naga from the days of old. KTC, that mean keep the cold. Swan Night, I'm a Bravo. That was back in 774. Forbidden histories, we got the book. MHOE, we got the look. Five Eyes Mob, drinking HaWah. Now we can all say HALAL. KTC, that mean keep the cold. Enjoy Shabbat, chillin' in my robe. That's Clan Ross at your front door. You gonna pay your way and ask that go. Montezuma for the free throw. Nipsey Hussle, let the wings grow. He gon' hit us with that free flow. Hitting Crenshaw in that green low. Hit the switches for the free show. Curving chickens in the street, bro. 432, we the free show. KTC, that mean keep the cold. KTC, that mean keep the cold. KTC, keep the cold. KTC, keep the cold. KTC, keep the cold. Goalkeeper. Hey, man. we keeping it cold like this and like that. We're going to get back in our cities of gold because, I don't know what's wrong with that, video player. But that's why my bro Freddie B sent us the DVD. So if we can't get it there, we'll get it on the DVD. I'll just pull it up on a separate computer, man. Just play it like that and just enjoy a nice belly flop into the mysterious cities of gold because, all this is connected to these live organisms, to the Preston John flow. That's why we put it all in one place. We surf the wave so you can connect all this flow into reality. And this is reality, man. Love to Miss D in the Copper Color Awakening, man. International Tribunal finds U.S. guilty of crimes against humanity. Okay. I'm going to leave this for you, and they're going to go in on, you know what? Yeah, I think something did happen. I think people did die, and, you know, let's read their judgment for the dismount. Despite the need for further deliberation on the extensive submissions and documents from varied expert witnesses, a deep analysis from the jurists found that the process did sufficiently cover the scope and elements of all 5 accounts of the indictment as having legal standing and hence legitimacy. The jurists further established that the grounds for each of the 5 counts in the indictment presented the basis for a successful intervention due to the extensive testimonies of both witnesses and expert witnesses. A full and detailed judgment will follow regarding our findings on these counts. Any minority position of the jurors will be developed with collective consensus on each count asserted to further advance our recommendations for remediation, reparation, and further actions after having heard the testimony of numerous victims of police racism, mass incarceration, environmental racism, public health iniquities, and of political prisoners, prisoners of war. Let us find the truth. Ben told us that, together with the expert testimonies and graphic presentations, as well as the copious documentation submitted and admitted in the record and the panels of jurors, find the U.S., the rebels, right, and its subdivisions guilty of all 5 counts. We find grounds the acts of genocide have been committed. You know what? We thought about it, and yeah, they did do some bad stuff. Well, thank you. Y'all said a lot of words to come to a remedial conclusion, man. All right. We got a victory in the United Nations. Now what? Are we going to keep the code? How about that, man? They finally admit they're guilty of stuff. What happens now? I guess we'll have to wait and see. But it's a mystery, man. Yeah, it's a mystery going on in this flesh pit, man. Go ahead and dig on it some more, man. Pull up these links and, let us know what you find, man. It appears to be all happening, my knock. All happening. Hey, keep surfing the wave, man. And remember, stay up, suit up, choose up. Wow.